Chapter 61. Affection Level Increase. Chen Ge was grateful he hadn't said anything bad about Zhang Ye earlier. He let out an awkward laugh. I came out for some fresh air. The dance studio was getting a little too stuffy. Blood trickled down her uniform in thin red trails as Zhang Ye stared at him in silence. Then, without a word, she lifted her slender, pallid arm and pointed toward the building Chen Ge recognized as the teacher's lounge. "You want me to go there?" Before he could get an answer, Zhang Ye vanished. Chen Ge stood several meters from the gate, caught in a familiar conundrum. If he went back to investigate, he risked stumbling into something worse. But if he just walked away now, he'd be gnawed to death by the frustration. Zhang Ye's attitude toward me seems to have softened. Her hint must be connected to the case from 4 years ago. But this school, there's something else here. Another presence like hers, and not just one. He clenched his jaw. I should probably wait for the police before heading back in. After vaulting over the school wall, Chen Ge stood watch just outside the rusted gate. He didn't know if Zhang Pang was still alive, and he wasn't about to drop his guard. 15 tense minutes passed before a pair of blinding headlights split the darkness, 2 police cruisers barreling down the empty road toward him. Chen Ge stepped out into the street and waved the flashlight on his phone. "I'm here." The cars screeched to a stop at the gate of Western Zhejiang's private academy. Inspector Li stepped out first, followed by a uniformed officer Chen Ge didn't recognize. "Uncle Li, you're fast." Chen Ge frowned. By his estimate, the police shouldn't have arrived for another 30 minutes at least. "We got a distress call from a taxi driver claiming he was being robbed. Turns out it was near this area, so we were already en route," Inspector Li explained. The dark circles under his eyes told their own story. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Is that so? Well, either way, come quick. Zhang Pang should still be inside the school." Chen Ge gestured at the decrepit gate like a host welcoming guests to a particularly haunted dinner party. The building rose only 3 stories high, but its interior stood out. Far more polished and upscale than any of the others Chen Ge had explored that night. Inspector Li swept a flashlight across the hallway. "Why are we here? Did you see the suspect come this way?" His tone sharpened, and the fatigue seemed to peel off him like a mask. The moment he entered the scene, he was all business, transformed. Zhang Pang wouldn't have come here. Chen Ge moved forward, scanning each door, trying to find the exact room Zhang Ye had pointed to. "I'm bringing you to a place connected to the girl who died 4 years ago." "I told you, we'll investigate that after we catch Zhang Pang," Li said firmly. "We can't mix the 2 cases. Right now, the priority is getting him off the streets." "We're here. This is the room." Chen Ge didn't bother responding to Inspector Li's earlier objections. He'd waited for police backup for one reason only, to minimize the risk. A sign on the door read, "Gym Equipment Storeroom." Without hesitation, he tore off the police seals and kicked the door open. He and Inspector Li stepped into the musty space. Rubber balls lay scattered across the floor. Tennis rackets, ping-pong paddles, and other forgotten gear hung crookedly from metal hooks lining the walls. "You brought me here for this?" Inspector Li swept the room with his flashlight. "What exactly is this supposed to prove?" "Gym equipment," Chen Ge muttered as he stepped into the center of the room and began rummaging through the clutter. He halted in front of a single bed wedged beside the innermost cupboard. It looked eerily similar to the one he'd seen in the dance studio, custom-made, with a frame narrower than a standard cot. Why would there be a bed in a storeroom? Chen Ge frowned, puzzled, then knelt and pried up the wooden boards beneath the mattress. What lay beneath twisted the air in the room. Hidden under the worn, dust-caked bed frame were 10 pairs of female ballet shoes, each a different size. One pair stood out, darkened and stiffened by old blood. That many. Chen Ge stared at the row of ballet shoes tucked beneath the bed. They hadn't been tossed there, they'd been placed, carefully, deliberately. But what gripped him wasn't anger. It was shock. Shock that whatever happened at Western Zhejiang's private academy went far deeper and darker than he'd imagined. There's more than one victim, he said, voice low. Then, turning to Inspector Lee, why would the shoes belonging to the suicide victim be hidden here? Was there any mention of them in the case report? There's no record of any shoes, Inspector Lee replied, his brow furrowed. He crouched to get a better look. They're coated in dust, even though they were concealed. That suggests they've been here for years. And the way they're arranged, someone took care with this. It could be a compulsion. Or a fetish. Uncle Lee, you're the police officer here. You have to bring justice to the victims. Chen Ge let the boards clatter to the floor. Whoever did this had unrestricted access to both the dance studio and this storeroom. That points to someone on the inside, a manager, maybe a security guard. If what you're saying holds up, that does narrow the suspect pool quite a bit. Inspector Lee stared at the blood-darkened shoes. Something shifted in his expression. Don't worry. I won't rest until we get to the bottom of this. Whoever the killer is, he's going to face the full weight of the law. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Ge's black phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. A new message had arrived. The player managed to locate Zhang Ye's red dancing shoes before dawn. Completed Zhang Ye's Bloody Heart mission. Mission completion rate 50%. Zhang Ye's affection level toward you has increased. You can write something you want her to do in Zhang Ye's personal profile page. Note, it mustn't be against Zhang Ye's will. Chen Ge quietly stepped back toward the door. The night had been harrowing, but at least the outcome wasn't all bad. He opened Zhang Ye's personal page. The screen immediately flushed red. My demand mustn't be against her will. That's the only condition. After a moment's thought, he typed. I hope Zhang Ye will listen to me forever. Left arrow curving right. I'm sorry, but your demand is against Zhang Ye's will. Please change it. I hope Zhang Ye will protect me from being harmed. Left arrow curving right. I'm sorry, but your demand is against Zhang Ye's will. Please change it. Chen Ge frowned and tried again. I hope Zhang Ye will not harm me or harbor any intention to kill me. That's doable, right? Left arrow curving right. I'm sorry, but your demand is against Zhang Ye's will. Please change it. Chapter 62. 4-star scenario. After trying 3 more times and failing just as many, Chen Ge finally gave up. He'd continue the research back at his haunted house, where at least the walls didn't whisper back. To his surprise, the moment he exited Zhang Ye's personal page, a fresh alert blinked across the black phone screen. Didn't I already finish the Bloody Heart mission? He tapped open the second message without much thought. The Spectres favored. Congratulations for completing rare level Ghost, Red Spectre's Bloody Heart mission. This mission is part of a side mission for a 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife. Note, when the Bloody Heart mission's completion rate reaches 100%, it'll unlock the trial mission for School of the Afterlife. Mission effective time is 3 months. Completing all the trial missions will unlock said scenario. School of the Afterlife, Scream Factor, 4 stars. Side Mission 1, Red Dancing Shoes. The school after midnight is the Red Swan stage. She is a wicked spectre as well as a red ballet dancer. Mission Venue, Western Zhejiang's Private Academy. Side Mission 2, The Hanging Man, I Never Kid, Not in Life Nor in Death. Mission Venue, Western Zhejiang's Private Academy. Side Mission 3, The Stink, he collects all the trash in his bedroom just to hide an unspeakable secret. Mission Venue, Western Zhejiang's Private Academy. Side Mission 4, The Pen Spirit Who Refused to Leave, Pen Spirit, can you tell me who will die next? Mission Venue, Mu Yong High School. Side Mission 5, The Fifth Cubicle in the Toilet, every day at midnight, people swore they could see a red shadow appear inside the toilet. To catch her, I hid inside the 5th cubicle. Mission Venue, Mu Yong High School. Side Mission 6, Deep Well, one brother and one sister went to school, but how come no one returned? Mission venue, Muyong High School. Side mission 7. The sealed classroom. There's a classroom at the end of the corridor that's always sealed. No one ever enters it, but every night, the classroom comes alive with activity. Mission venue, Muyong High School. Side mission 8. Eternal life. In an undisclosed underground morgue, there's a group who seek eternal life. Mission venue, Western Jeojeong's Medical University. Last mission. Currently locked. Reading through the stream of messages on the black phone, Chen Ge was baffled. A 4-star scenario. Even a 1-star was enough to make forensic science students pass out. So just how terrifying is 4 stars supposed to be? Everyone had a threshold when it came to horror. Push too far past it, and the results could be unhealthy. He scanned through the side missions again. Just the descriptions alone made his skin crawl. And these were just side missions. The finale remained locked, lurking at the end like the last page of a cursed book. Logically, he'd need to clear all 8 side missions to unlock the final challenge. A 4-star scenario is probably too much for the current me. Maybe I'll try it later, but definitely not now. Chen Ge closed the message and tapped into the unlockable scenario tab. Alongside the third sick hall and the haunted hearse, a new entry had appeared, School of the Afterlife. Unlike the others, its name was scrawled in blood-red ink. So this one bundles all the haunted school stories together. He frowned. Even after it's unlocked, I probably can't just release it to the general public. His gaze drifted to the scream factor ratings displayed beside each scenario. A thought bubbled up in his mind. 1-star scenarios should be open to anyone. But anything 3 stars or higher. Access should be restricted to those who've already survived lower-tier rooms. In other words, it was a form of visitor protection. Survival as a prerequisite for escalation. The playability of the haunted house would skyrocket with a system like this. Visitors could return to challenge scarier scenarios, gradually working their way toward mastering every level. Each visit would offer a new experience, an evolving nightmare tailored to their courage. That kind of setup would definitely boost the haunted house's popularity. Suddenly, He-san's face popped into Chen Ge's mind. Technically, he was the only visitor who had braved more than one scenario. That kid's like a walking good luck charm. Chen Ge rubbed his chin. Might be worth inviting him back when the new scenario unlocks. More ideas sparked in quick succession. Tiered rewards, survival certificates, maybe even rankings. Give people something to brag about, and they'd want to risk their sanity. This is starting to feel like I'm some kind of dungeon master. Chen Ge couldn't help but smile. One day, professional teams might come to my haunted house just to study the true meaning of fear. Why are you grinning like an idiot? Looks like you're up to no good again, came a voice from behind. Inspector Lee stepped out of the room, having finished his initial survey. I've communicated with Team 1 and Team 2. No sign of Zhong Peng anywhere. The atmosphere in this school is off. It creeps me out. And the layout's a maze at night. We're pulling back for now and making a proper plan once the investigation team gets here. Okay. Chen Ge nodded. He'd been ready to leave for a while. Every reason he had for being there had already been checked off the list. Everyone retreated from the school grounds. The police sealed the gate behind them, awaiting reinforcements. By the time the investigation team arrived at dawn, they looked just as wrecked as Inspector Lee's crew. After a quick exchange of greetings, Inspector Lee offered Chen Ge a ride home. Yet another sleepless night, Chen Ge murmured, finally letting himself relax in the back seat of the police car. He stretched lazily, then sprawled out across the cushion like it was his own sofa. You're the first person I've ever seen treat a police car like a hotel suite, Inspector Lee said, clearly not amused. Anyway, there are a few questions I've been meaning to ask. Then don't, Chen Ge replied, already knowing exactly which questions were coming. He grabbed his backpack and smothered his face with it, feigning sleep. Why would you go to Western Jeojeong's private academy at midnight? And how did you know the girl's exact time of death? Inspector Lee's tone sharpened as he slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. That case is 4 years old. Even the forensic doctor would need to check the case file to confirm that info. But you just knew. That's not normal. Lucky guesses, Chen Ge muttered as he shifted his body and got more comfortable. Uncle San Bao, can you turn on the air conditioning? You've really dropped all formality with me, haven't you? Inspector Lee grumbled, but he reached for the dial anyway. Just then, his phone rang. Uncle, it's your phone. Talk some more and see if I don't toss you out of the car, Inspector Lee warned, shooting him a look. He glanced at the caller ID before answering. No words were exchanged. No sound from the other end either. The call ended after 3 silent seconds. Who's brave enough to prank call the police? Chen Ge asked, glancing over, only to pause. Inspector Lee's expression had softened. That was my wife, he said quietly. Whenever I'm on a special mission, she gives me a call to check if I'm safe. Because of the sensitive nature of some cases, we've worked out our own way to communicate. No words, just picking up the call is enough to let her know I'm still okay. Chapter 63. Someone's in the house. Auntie sure cares about you. Of course. Inspector Lee slipped his phone back into his pocket, brow furrowing. Wait, just who do you think you are? Calling me uncle and my wife auntie. He paused for a reply that never came. Turning around, he realized Chen Ge had already nodded off. By the time the police car pulled up to New Century Park, Chen Ge was groggily jolted awake by Inspector Lee. Still half in a dream, he climbed out of the car with his backpack slung over one shoulder. Be careful at all times. Inspector Lee called after him. Zhong Peng is still out there. With the way things are looking, and that twisted mind of his, he might throw everything away just to get revenge on you. I know. The mention of Zhong Peng shook off a layer of Chen Ge's fatigue. He gave Inspector Lee a lazy wave before heading into New Century Park. The elderly security guard at the entrance was fast asleep, unmoved even as Chen Ge slipped through the front door. Tonight's reward is pretty damn valuable. Since I completed Zhang Ye's bloody heart mission, I can cash in for a favor. But is it a waste to use it just to take out the mirror monster? He pulled out the black phone and navigated to Zhang Ye's profile. The affection level had changed, from crazy about you, to yours forever. I'll need to study this more carefully if I want to squeeze everything I can out of this one-time shot. Still scrolling through the details on Zhang Ye, Chen Ge stepped into the haunted house without looking up. When I've saved up enough, maybe I should rent a place of my own. Sleeping in the staff break room is starting to feel off. Chen Ge wandered down the dark corridor, eyes half-lidded, steps confident. He knew every inch of this haunted house. He could walk it blindfolded and never bump into a thing. As he passed the first-floor restroom, the warped wooden door gave a low creak, like it had been nudged by the wind. The door had never been sturdy, and after taking a few beatings from his mallet, it was crooked on its hinges. He moved to shut it properly, but as he stepped closer, something else caught his eye. The small window in the restroom was cracked open halfway. He'd half expected to find nothing, just his nerves getting the better of him. But a few minutes into the playback, Chen Ge's breath caught. A strange man appeared on the screen. Head lowered, the figure slipped out of the restroom and darted down the corridor, fast and deliberate. Someone really did sneak in. There's someone else hiding in this haunted house besides me. That snapped him fully awake. He knew about the camera near the restroom, and he moved like he knew exactly where he was going. That means he's been here before. Chen Ge began cycling through the feeds. The corridor had several overlapping cameras. After the mystery man vanished from the first, Chen Ge quickly pulled up the feed from the next unit, mounted at the corner leading away from the restroom. There he was. The man turned sharply and rushed straight into the control room. He went straight for the control room, likely to wipe the footage. Whoever this guy is, he knows the layout of my haunted house like the back of his hand. Only one name surfaced in Chen Ge's mind. But before he could dig further, something else caught his attention. He saw himself appear on the screen. The videos caught up to now. That's me, holding the black phone. And the mop. Entering the control room. Wait. That means he never left. Heart-lurching, Chen Ge snapped his head toward the locker 2 meters behind him. It burst open. A man with bloodshot eyes and a knife in his hand lunged straight at him. Zhong Pang! Chen Ge shouted, recognizing the twisted features immediately. The name alone seemed to provoke him. With a guttural snarl, Zhong Pang lunged forward, knife flashing. Chen Ge shook off the initial jolt of panic. Cool-headed now, he spun around, yanked open the door behind him, and backed into the hallway, batting away Zhong Peng's wild slashes with the mop. Even crippled, Zhong Peng fought like a man who'd already accepted death. This wasn't a confrontation, it was a suicide pact, and he was hell-bent on dragging Chen Ge down with him. Dodging left, pivoting right, Chen Ge moved with purpose, guiding the frenzied attacker toward the maintenance room. It looked like he was being chased into a dead end. That was exactly what he wanted. Zhong Peng had already thrown his life away. Escape wasn't on the table. Chen Ge knew he had to fight back, but the mop in his hand was practically useless. It wouldn't even bruise him, let alone stop him. Dr. Skullcracker's hammer. He remembered stashing it in the maintenance room earlier, tucked away to avoid awkward questions from the police. That was his only real shot. The attack ramped up. Zhong Peng must have figured out what Chen Ge was planning. He didn't bother dodging, he let the mop slam into his ribs, into his shoulder, just to close the distance. Chen Ge kept retreating, foot by foot, until the maintenance room door was right behind him. He was just waiting for the moment, timing it to dash inside. Then suddenly, he staggered. Something heavy had dropped onto his back. Like a boulder. "You're going to die today." Zhong Peng, who'd been eerily silent until now, suddenly shouted. A sick kind of clarity lit up his bloodshot eyes, and his knife strikes turned sharper, faster. What the hell? The mirror monster was controlling him this whole time? Then where is it now? Chen Ge's limbs were starting to feel sluggish, his reflexes dulled like he was moving underwater. He reached behind him, instinctively, but felt nothing. And yet, something was there, pressing down hard on his shoulder, forcing him to hunch. He turned his head. A black shadow man-sized, clung to his back like a parasite. The mirror monster. Panic hit like a surge of static. Chen Ge dropped low, narrowly dodging a swipe aimed at his throat, then barreled through the maintenance room door. He sprinted toward the cluttered cupboards at the far end, where all the odds and ends were crammed together in barely organized chaos. It's not over yet. Zhong Peng and that shadow are linked. One body, one mind. If I take him down, I take it down too. But it felt like dragging a mountain behind him. Chen Ge's knees buckled slightly under the phantom weight clinging to his back. He had underestimated it. The mirror monster had grown stronger, far more oppressive than the last time they met. Something invisible began to tighten around his throat, squeezing the breath from his lungs. The pressure increased with every step. And then came the voices. Faint at first, then rising, a chaotic chorus of laughter, low and manic, echoing from nowhere and everywhere all at once. By the time he reached the cupboard, he was barely upright. Body trembling, lungs burning, vision blurring at the edges. Completely drained. Chen Ge's consciousness flickered, the edges of his mind fraying. A low, distorted hum buzzed in his ears like static from a dying radio. He didn't need to look. He knew Zhong Peng was behind him, closing in, knife in hand. The weight on his back, that thing, pressed harder, grinding down his spine, trying to break him without a word. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ge summoned the last dregs of his strength and wrenched the cupboard door open. His hands clawed through the mess of forgotten tools and useless junk, searching blindly, desperately, for cold, familiar steel. Something slipped from his pocket and hit the floor with a soft clack. The black phone. Its screen still aglow, still on Zhong Ya's personal page. Chapter 64. Ate it. The mirror monster had Chen Ge in a chokehold, and the murderer was inching toward him with a sharp knife. He had no time to hesitate. When he saw Zhang Ye's page, he reached out and typed 2 words, "Help me." The weird laugh echoing in his mind grew louder, more manic. Zhang Peng's knife slashed toward him before he could key in anything else. Chen Ge spun around and grabbed whatever he could from the cupboard, bottles, tools, maybe junk, to hurl at Zhang Peng. His limbs were failing him. The veins on his neck bulged like writhing cords under his skin. Even without a stab wound, he was seconds away from being strangled to death. He clawed at his throat in a frenzy, but there was nothing there. No grip to break, no flesh to pry away. His fingers grasped only air and panic. With no other options, Chen Ge pinned his last hope on the black phone. He turned his head toward the phone on the ground and saw a line of blood-red letters glowing on the screen. "She has understood your demand, so please accept the content of the first agreement." Of course there's a catch. It seemed the demand went both ways. While Chen Ge could ask something of Zhang Ye, she would ask something in return, and her help would only come after he agreed to her terms. At a moment like this, it didn't matter how twisted or absurd her conditions might be. Chen Ge would have signed away his soul if it meant surviving the next few seconds. Inching his finger forward, he pressed the yes button on the screen. The moment his finger touched the screen, the temperature in the small room plummeted. Cold drafts swept in from every corner, whistling through cracks like whispers from a frozen grave. The maniacal laugh in Chen Ge's head stopped dead. He felt the thing on his back shiver. It could feel fear now. A soft dripping sound echoed through the room, like something invisible was leaking. The mirror monster abruptly loosened its hold and slithered off him, retreating into Zhang Peng's body. Silence swallowed the maintenance room. Even Zhang Peng, jittery, wild-eyed, all in by nature, sensed something had gone very wrong. But instead of retreating, the madman raised the knife and charged. But Zhang Peng had barely taken a single step when his expression twisted mid-stride. The mirror monster had seized control of his body again, dragging him back. The man and the ghost were fighting for dominance, locked in a silent, psychic brawl that left them both paralyzed. While they struggled, Chen Ge's shadow moved on its own. It stood up. And behind him, a blood-soaked dress began to materialize. Zhang Ye. Whatever had happened back at Western Zhejiang's private academy had clearly scarred both the man and the specter, because the moment they saw her, their struggle ended in an instant. They reached a unanimous decision. Run. The constriction vanished, and Chen Ge dropped to the ground, gasping. He'd nearly been murdered by Zhang Peng, and fury still pulsed hot in his veins. There was no way in hell he was letting them get away. Chen Ge had just risen, iron hammer in hand, when the red spectre made her move. Zhang Ye didn't wait for orders. She rarely did. Without warning, needle-thin strands of black hair shot forward like venomous darts, piercing straight into Zhang Peng's body. The murderer's steps faltered. Chen Ge didn't hesitate. He swung the iron hammer down on Zhang Peng's shoulder with a brutal crunch. The man staggered forward under the blow, nearly toppling. Before he could recover, Chen Ge followed through, another strike, this time to the upper calf. An ear-splitting shriek tore through the maintenance room. The mirror monster inside Zhang Peng realized he was finished. With no other choice, it abandoned its host and bolted, rushing for the toilet. Not good, there's a mirror in the first-floor toilet. Before Chen Ge could even process what was happening, Zhang Ye was already in motion, pursuing the fleeing shadow like a predator who'd just found her favorite prey. She's interested in it? I need to block that mirror. Now. Chen Ge scanned the room and spotted the half-full vat of fake blood still sitting in the corner. Grabbing it, he sprinted after them. The toilet door creaked on its hinges, swaying in the breeze like it knew what was coming. When Chen Ge reached it, the scene was already unfolding. Zhang Ye's black hair had punctured half of the creature's body, but the remaining mass was just inches from the mirror's surface. You're not getting away that easily this time. Unsure whether it would actually help, Chen Ge hurled the fake blood across the mirror. The liquid splattered in thick crimson streaks, and the black shadow froze mid-motion. It hesitated at the glass, as if suddenly uncertain. That pause was all Zhang Ye needed. Tendrils of black hair lashed out and coiled around the creature's body like serpents. Caught in the snare, its form began to warp, its humanoid shape dissolving beneath layers of writhing strands. The bloody dress fluttered lightly in the cold draft. Zhang Ye, apparently bored now, compressed the creature into a twitching mass, then casually tore it in half. She devoured one half, swallowed it whole, then shredded the other into fine, twitching pieces and gently blew them into Chen Ge's face. He recoiled instinctively. A piercing chill surged into his eyes, making his entire body shudder. What the hell was that? Chen Ge tried to speak, to ask Zhang Ye for an answer, but she was already gone. Her grotesque work complete, the red spectre melted silently into his shadow. The toilet door kept squeaking on its hinges, swaying gently in the silence. But inside, there was nothing. No blood, no hair, no shadow. Nothing to suggest the madness Chen Ge had just witnessed had ever taken place. Just like that. Zhang Ye ate half of the mirror monster and blew the other half into my eyes. Chen Ge stared at the mirror, dazed. A strange, dreamlike sensation washed over him, like his brain couldn't decide whether to panic or shut down entirely. The mirror monster's gone. So, there shouldn't be a new number on the mirror tomorrow night, right? He still had no clue what those numbers really meant. But he knew, deep in his bones, they pointed to something far bigger. Something hidden. Something dangerous. After closing the door, Chen Ge pulled out his phone and called the police. He didn't bother Inspector Li this time. The man wasn't a machine. He'd been put through enough hell over the past few days. Leaning back against the wall, Chen Ge glanced over at Zhang Pang, who lay sprawled on the floor like a discarded puppet. When the mirror monster fled his body, it hadn't left empty-handed. Zhang Peng's eyes stared blankly ahead, hollow and soulless. I suppose this is a kind of karma. By 6 a.m., the investigation team from the main city had arrived. Officers from Western Zhejiang's police station and members of the amusement park's management gathered outside the entrance to the haunted house. The last suspect from the Ping and apartment case had finally been caught. After watching Zhang Pang get hauled into the police car, Chen Ge finally let himself exhale. The tension in his body unwound by degrees, like snapped wire recoiling. He didn't stick around for questions or small talk. Instead, he made his way back to the haunted house and locked himself in the break room. The Ping and apartment case is finally wrapped up. The mirror monster's gone, eaten by Zhang Ye, so there shouldn't be any more hidden threats lurking around the haunted house. I can finally open all the scenarios back up for business tomorrow. Lying in bed, Chen Ge let his mind drift toward the future. Next up. Expansion. I won't be able to unlock new scenarios without more space. Once I wake up, I need to track down Uncle Sue. No matter what, I've got to convince him to let me rent the underground parking lot. As he tried to fall asleep, a cold breeze seemed to brush against his skin. It didn't fade, even after he wrapped himself tightly in the covers. The chill clung to him. Deep, internal. Not on his skin, but behind his eyes. Zhang Ye did blow part of the mirror monster into my face. Could this be from that? He reached for a shard of mirror and angled it toward himself. His reflection stared back. Mostly normal. Except, his pupils looked different now. Darker. Deeper. Like the surface of a bottomless lake. Eventually, fatigue caught up with him. Chen Ge slipped the mirror shard beneath his pillow and let himself drift off. At 10:30 a.m., before he could even clock a few decent hours, his phone rang, jolting him awake. He squinted at the caller ID, groaned, and answered. Xiao Wan, you can take the morning off. Come in this afternoon. Boss. Her voice screeched through the speaker. There are so many people down here. Police reporters. What did you do? Chapter 65. Captain Yen. But I've not done anything. Wait for me. I'm coming down now. Chen Ge leaned closer to the window and glanced outside. A sizable crowd had gathered in front of the haunted house, and it was still growing. Boss, listen to me. Surrender while you still can, before this gets worse. Surrender, my foot. Just wait for me. He hung up, threw on his clothes, splashed water on his face, and bolted for the door. Yanking the heavy curtains aside, he dashed out through the gates. As soon as Chen Ge stepped outside, the noisy crowd began to hush. The visitors eyed him with a mix of curiosity and disappointment. Clearly, they'd expected the person surrounded by police to look a lot less normal. This was the first time Chen Ge had felt so many eyes on him. He shrank a little under the pressure, visibly awkward, but he figured he ought to say something. Do any of you mind telling me what this is about? You are Chen Ge? Asked the lead officer, who cradled a box in his arms. He was a bit rotund, with a pair of sharp, penetrating eyes that stood in almost comic contrast to his babyish face. Yes. Can I see your identification? Chen Ge fumbled around for a while before producing his ID. All the while, he was sizing the officer up. The man's uniform wasn't the same as Inspector Lee's or his men's. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. The officer smiled, then waved the reporters over. He opened the box in his hands and, adopting a formal tone, announced. For providing the murder case at Ping An Apartments with crucial evidence, Zhejiang Municipal Bureau for Public Security is awarding this Level 3 Public Security Medal of Honor to Chen Ge. Hopefully, Chen Ge will appreciate this honor and continue to contribute to the maintenance and improvement of the public security of our society. The sudden declaration left Chen Ge bewildered. Everything was happening too fast for him to process. As the box was pushed into his hands, he stared down at the gleaming medal, his mind groggy and half awake. Where's the reward money? The slightly rotund officer stood beside Chen Ge and ushered him toward a backdrop of flashing cameras and swarming reporters. The whole ordeal dragged on for 15 minutes. Once the crowd had dispersed and the reporters vanished, Chen Ge discreetly approached the officer. Sir, how should I address you? The name's Yen. You can call me Captain Yen. I was classmates with Western Zhejiang's O.L. Lee. He's told me quite a bit about you. Captain Yen gave off a disarmingly warm presence. His eyes practically sparkled with praise as he looked Chen Ge over. The way you handled the Ping An Apartments case, especially when the killer was chasing you, your reflexes and instincts caught both me and Ali off guard. In a good way. After being showered with praise, Chen Ge felt too awkward to steer the conversation toward the topic that was actually on his mind. All I did was run around like a lunatic in the woods, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. The case wouldn't have been solved without the police. Honestly, I'd probably be the killer's next victim if it weren't for all of you. The compliments finished and the pleasantries exchanged. Captain Yen finally noticed that Chen Ge was still loitering a little too comfortably near the police car. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. It suddenly clicked why Chen Ge hadn't left. Xiao Qin, you'll need to go to the main city bureau yourself to collect the reward money, Captain Yen said. The case was large-scale, so it took some time for the payout to be approved. But it's ready now. I hope you understand. Of course, of course. Now that he knew where to collect the reward money, the weight in Chen Ge's chest finally eased. I came here today to thank you in person, Captain Yen said, his tone softening. Every unsolved case is like a boulder on a police officer's heart, something passed down from senior to junior. I was part of that investigation 4 years ago, so thank you for lifting that weight off mine. He offered a sincere smile, then added, by the way, the elder from Ping An Apartments asked to see you. He's bedridden, paralyzed from the waist down and barely able to speak, but his mind's still sharp. He knows it was you who saved him and uncovered the truth behind his family's deaths. He wants to thank you in person. I understand. To Chen Ge, the case had been nothing more than a mission from the Black Phone, but for the victims and their families, it was closure. Something real. Something that mattered. You'd better visit him soon, Captain Yen said. The elder's in the hospital. Maybe it's the emotional fallout. Or maybe the question that's kept him alive all these years has finally been answered. Either way, he's not doing well. With that, Captain Yen stepped into the car. Okay. I'll visit him later this afternoon. Chen Ge's eyes lingered on the man's uniform, standard issue, yet subtly distinct. This Captain Yen probably carries more weight than he lets on. As the police car pulled away, a few of the park's workers swarmed around him. Boss, are you going to be on TV again? Not bad, there's even a medal. After seeing the staff off, Chen Ge spotted Uncle Sue in the thinning crowd and pulled him aside. Uncle Sue, any updates on renting the underground parking lot? The money's coming in soon. At the mention of the parking lot, Uncle Sue's face tightened into a frown. This isn't about budget, Xiao Chen. I can't just stand by and watch you dig your own grave. Visitor numbers are tanking. Everyone's trying to get out while they still can. Don't you see what that means? I do understand, Chen Ge said, his tone firm. And I know exactly what I'm doing. The haunted house wasn't just a business. It was a doorway. It might hold the key to his parents' disappearance. And if Chen Ge wanted to reach the other side, to uncover whatever was hidden there, he had to keep expanding. Still so stubborn. Uncle Sue tried reasoning with him for a long while, but it was no use. In the end, he could only sigh in resignation. Come with me, then. Because of the police showing up, Mr. Luo's here too. You might as well speak with him directly. Director Luo is here? Chen Ge's expression shifted. He'd heard his parents mention the real owner of New Century Park more than a few times. What do you think? The police set up a security perimeter around the park. Did you really think they wouldn't inform management? To ensure full cooperation, Director Luo's been staying on site these past few days. Uncle Sue led Chen Ge toward a building on the northern side of the park. It was the second tallest structure on the grounds, just behind the Ferris wheel. When you meet Director Luo, mind your words, Uncle Sue added. The less you say, the fewer mistakes you'll make. Understand. Chen Ge followed him into the elevator, which carried them to the top floor. They stopped in front of an office door. It wasn't locked. Uncle Sue knocked, and after a moment, a man in his 50s stepped out to greet them. The man was of average height, his hair streaked with white. His features were gentle, and though his suit wasn't branded, it was spotless, pressed to perfection without a single crease in sight. This is Mr. Luo? He looks nothing like the photo. To Chen Ge, the man before him looked less like a high-level park executive and more like a retired schoolteacher. Chapter 66. Build her a park. How can I help? The man inquired in a soft-spoken tone, surprisingly unbusinesslike. Director Luo, this is the brave Xiao Chen who helped the police capture the fugitive. Uncle Sue pulled Chen Ge to his side. He's here to get an update about the thing I reported to you earlier. He wishes to rent the unused underground parking lot. I understand. Leave us be. You can go busy yourself with your work. Director Luo gestured for Uncle Sue to leave. Once they were alone, he motioned for Chen Ge to sit on the sofa and poured 2 cups of tea. I've been informed you wish to rent the underground parking lot. Do you mind telling me why? I want to expand the haunted house. I'm planning to build an underground maze inside the lot. An underground maze. That's not a bad idea, but do you have the budget and ability to handle something of that scale? The rental itself will be minor compared to what it'll cost to set the place up. Director Luo leaned back into the couch, his eyes tinged with a weary fatigue. I'm not against your idea, and I can rent you the space. But first, I need to ask you a few questions. Though Chen Ge had received a verbal nod, the rental fee hadn't come up yet. That left him uneasy. Ask away. You're the owner of a haunted house, so you know better than I do how steep the early investment can be. Unlike hotels or motels, where you can still resell tables, chairs, utensils, what happens if your haunted house fails? What are you going to do with all the spooky props and paraphernalia? Director Luo raised a valid concern, one that Chen Ge hadn't even considered. Even if you manage to revive the haunted house successfully, how will you deal with the problem of returning customers? A haunted house is a one-and-done experience for most people. Sure, you might ride a wave of early hype, but it'll taper off. Your potential audience is limited. You're planning to pour a lot into this. Are you confident you'll even break even? One final question. By building your haunted house underground, how are you planning to promote it? Your customer base is tied directly to the park's visitor count. So tell me, how will your haunted house survive if the park shuts down? Chen Ge understood. Director Luo wasn't trying to stop him out of spite. On the contrary, he was trying to protect him. Everyone who tried to talk him out of this haunted house venture had done so out of concern. They meant well. The three questions echoed through Chen Ge's mind. The first two are covered, thanks to the black phone. But the third, that one's a real problem. If New Century Park shut down, then naturally, the haunted house would go down with it. Relocating would be a nightmare. The paperwork alone would be enough to bury him. And his budget. Barely scraping by. Finding a new spot that could accommodate the black phone scenarios would be next to impossible. Have you seriously considered these three questions? Director Luo asked, already seeming to anticipate Chen Ge's answer. Why don't you go back for now? We shouldn't rush into important decisions without proper research and careful thought. But Chen Ge didn't move. He stayed rooted to the couch, then turned and looked Director Luo in the eye. Is the park really going to close soon? Director Luo didn't answer. He didn't have to. The heaviness in his gaze spoke for him. If I say the park is really closing, he said at last, voice quieter now, will you still insist on renting the underground parking lot? I will. Chen Ge's answer caught Director Luo off guard. Director Luo, I already have solutions to your first and second questions. And your third. It's not even valid. There was a fire behind Chen Ge's eyes now, something raw and unshakable. The young man pressed forward, undeterred. My haunted house has never relied on anyone else. Not the park, not hype, not luck. And my visitor count won't hinge on the park's numbers. Just give me time. I won't just bring crowds to my haunted house. I'll bring life back to this entire park. Renting the underground parking lot is just the beginning. My plan is to build the world's first truly unique theme park, one entirely devoted to horror and terror. Only after those words had spilled out did Chen Ge remember Uncle Su's advice. The less you say, the less chance you'll screw something up. Chen Ge glanced at Director Luo, uncertainty creeping into his expression. He regretted spilling everything that had been sitting in his chest. But Director Luo didn't scold him. Instead, he set down his teacup, and the weariness in his eyes was gone. After a beat of silence, he chuckled softly. You remind me too much of myself when I was young. He stood, moved to the window, and drew back the curtain. The entire park sprawled out below, bathed in aging sunlight. I'm the most devastated, and the most unwilling, when it comes to the closing of New Century Park. He unlatched the window, letting the wind roll in and stir his peppered hair. This park means the world to me. If I had any say in the matter, I'd keep it open forever. Director Luo turned and smiled at Chen Ge, a complicated smile. It carried the weight of someone who had seen the world rise and fall, who had made peace with the chaos of fate. I've heard your story. After your parents disappeared, you left your day job to take over their haunted house. In a way, our stories are similar, but you're luckier than I am. He reached over and picked up a picture frame from the table, the only one in the room. Inside was a photo of a father and daughter. The man was of average height, gentle in appearance. The little girl in his arms was adorable, but her hands were bent at unnatural angles, and there was no light behind her eyes. This is my daughter. She suffered from severe aphasia and needed a special device just to stand upright. God was cruel to her, but she was a strong little girl who loved to smile. Not just at me. At the world. Director Luo turned his gaze to the sky outside the window. But the world didn't smile back. I used to take her to the garden for walks, but none of the other children would play with her. And when she looked up at me, helpless, confused, I knew she was scared. Scared she'd done something wrong. That maybe she was the reason no one wanted to be near her. He exhaled slowly, the memory still fresh, still heavy. I didn't know how to make it better. So eventually, we only went out on rainy days. That way, she wouldn't have to face the cold stares of the world. Maybe that's when the idea first came to me, to build a theme park just for her. Unfortunately, she didn't live to see the day the park opened. Director Luo set the frame down with a gentle finality. His eyes, surprisingly, remained calm. Most people don't understand why I'd risk bankruptcy to keep an outdated theme park alive. But I think, maybe you do. I do. Chen Ge had already risen to his feet. He hadn't expected Director Luo to share something so personal, so raw. Everyone's looking for a way out, Director Luo said, closing the window with quiet deliberation. But you're different. You've surprised me. He walked over to his desk and slid open a drawer, pulling out a document. Truth is, when Uncle Sue came to me with your request, I'd already approved it. He handed the paper over. Take it. And if you run into any trouble, come find me. Just remember. He paused, locking eyes with Chen Ge. You've only got 2 to 3 months. Chapter 67. You can see her. Chen Ge accepted the document. The first line read, New Century Park's Underground Parking Lot Usage Agreement. After flipping through the pages, he frowned. There wasn't a single clause about rental fees. Director Luo, is the document missing something? Never seen a free rental agreement before? Director Luo chuckled, pouring himself another cup of tea. It's already stamped. Once you sign, it's valid until the park shuts down. So make good use of it, and don't let me down. His mood had clearly taken a turn for the better. You'll probably be pretty busy from now on, he added. So I won't keep you. Chen Ge walked out of the office, clutching the contract like it might vanish if he blinked. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. He just landed the entire underground parking lot for free. Not a single dime spent. According to the contract, he had free reign over the underground parking lot, so long as the park itself didn't go under. Chen Ge figured Director Luo's sudden generosity had a shelf life. The park was projected to close in 2 or 3 months, tops, right around the time the new attraction opened in eastern Zhejiang. The underground lot took up nearly a third of the park's total footprint. It had been left to rot, sure, but getting the whole thing rent-free? That was a hell of a surprise. Maybe my luck really did change after I dealt with that mirror freak. A Medal of Honor, reward money on the way, and now the expansion problem solved? Yeah, things were finally looking up. Could cleaning out haunted junk actually improve my luck? Chen Ge dismissed the idea with a smirk. It was just a joke. Probably. Back at the haunted house, he threw himself into the day's work. Su Wan suited up in the park's uniform and took a spot at the ticket booth, while Chen Ge dove headfirst into the murder by midnight scenario, chasing guests through the gloom in full Dr. Skullcracker regalia. By 5 p.m., he stepped out of the attraction, peeling off the costume. He let Su Wan clock out early, she'd earned it, then headed off to collect his money. This'll be the first time in my life my bank account breaks 4 digits. I deserve a little celebration tonight. Chen Ge changed into a clean outfit in the staff break room and was about to head out, when something small caught his eye. A ragdoll lay beside his bed, most of her tiny cloth body hidden beneath it like she was hide and seek. It's still broad daylight, and you're already creeping out? The sight triggered a memory, something Captain Yen had mentioned that morning. The old man's getting worse, and there's no family to look after him. I should pay him a visit. He gave Xiao Xiao a gentle poke in the stomach, then slipped her into his pocket and left the haunted house. At 6:15 p.m., Chen Ge stepped out of the bureau with a reward of 36,000 yuan. Less than he'd hoped for, but still nothing to sneeze at. He grabbed a fruit basket and a few cartons of milk on the way, then made for Jiujiang People's Hospital. A nurse guided him up to a third-floor sick bay. He'd come to check on the elderly grandfather, but someone beat him to it. Inspector Lee? What are you doing here? Inspector Lee sat at the old man's bedside, carefully spooning porridge into his mouth with the gentleness of a kindergarten teacher. The contrast was so absurd it almost made Chen Ge laugh. This is weird. Why do I keep running into you everywhere I go? Inspector Lee draped a towel across the elder's chest. Got a decent night's sleep for once, and the station manager noticed I looked like death warmed over. Gave me a light duty day. Didn't know law enforcement cared about beauty rest. The old man got caught up in the incident on our watch. Until we can find him a proper caretaker, it's only right we look after him. Inspector Lee tried feeding him again, but the elder barely responded. No appetite. Lee set the spoon down gently, then pointed at Chen Ge, who still lingered by the door. Sir, this is the young man who gave us the evidence that cracked the case, the one who made that call to save you. At the sight of Chen Ge, the old man's one movable arm gave a faint twitch, uncertain, trembling, as if trying to say something words couldn't carry. Thinking back. I should be the one thanking you, old sir, Chen Ge said softly. If you hadn't broken that bowl back at Ping an apartment to warn me, I wouldn't have realized just how wrong things were. He set the fruit basket and milk down on the counter. The old man looked like he was clinging to life by threads, and Chen Ge felt something tighten in his chest. Inspector Lee, would you mind stepping out for a moment? There's something I need to say to him. Privately. Inspector Lee didn't know what Chen Ge was up to, but he trusted him. Without a word, he stepped out and gently shut the door behind him. Chen Ge reached into his pocket and pulled out the doll. Old sir, I brought Xiao Xiao to see you. At first, the man didn't react. He lay still, vacant. But the moment his cloudy gaze landed on the rag doll, something changed. His pupils quivered, violently. A sound low, ragged, like air scraping through splintered pipes, rattled from his throat. His one good arm reached out, trembling, grasping at the empty space between them. You can see her? Chen Ge blinked, stunned. He'd only intended for Xiao Xiao to be near her family in these final moments, but he hadn't expected the old man to actually see her. Not just the doll. Her. Chen Ge rushed to the bedside and gently placed the doll into the old man's arm. The elder clutched it tightly, like something sacred, then slowly, peacefully, settled back against the pillows. They say the dying can see into the other world. Maybe there's some truth to that after all. The black phone in Chen Ge's pocket buzzed. He stepped quietly out of the room, giving the grandfather and granddaughter the moment they both deserved. I heard something in there. What did you say to him? Inspector Lee was waiting outside, concern etched deep into his brow. Look, the old man's hanging by a thread. One good scare, and he might not make it. His posture was tense, ready to charge in at the first sign of distress. I just brought the old sir the person he wanted to see most. Chen Ge sank onto the bench in the corridor and pulled out his black phone. The vibration had come from the affection page. Yin Xiao Xiao's level had shifted from slightly favorable opinion to can be trusted. The little one really is something else. The most unusual baleful spectre I've ever met. Makes me wonder what'll happen if I max out her affection level. He slipped the phone back into his pocket and leaned against the wall. Uncle San Bao, don't worry. The old sir's gonna pull through. You're awfully optimistic, Inspector Lee muttered, eyeing him sideways. They ended up chatting in the corridor for quite a while. When they finally stepped back into the room, the old man looked a bit better. Stable at least. He lifted a hand and waved at Chen Ge, though no one could quite figure out what he was trying to say. After nodding to the nurse, Chen Ge quietly left the room with Xiao Xiao. The little one was tucked back into the doll, seemingly fast asleep. He grabbed a quick bite from a roadside stall, then hurried back toward the haunted house. I still haven't accepted today's daily mission. Hope there's still time. Of the three options, the expansion task made the most sense. All he had to do was pick a direction and a general location. Simple enough, he thought, stepping into the gloom of his domain. Chapter 68. Midnight Ticket Counter. Last night, before heading out to Western Zhejiang's private academy, Chen Ge had skimmed through the 3 daily missions. The simple one was a security sweep for hidden dangers. The normal mission tasked him with finding a suitable location to expand the haunted house. The nightmare mission, predictably unsettling, required him to identify the other individual sharing his room. If he wanted the biggest reward, of course, the nightmare mission was the obvious choice. But based on his last 2 experiences, those missions had strict time windows, usually around midnight, and missing them meant automatic failure. No need to risk it. He tapped to accept the normal mission. Normal mission. You've achieved the criteria to enable the first expansion of the haunted house. Do search for a suitable location soon. This was Chen Ge's first time expanding the haunted house. He had no idea how to proceed, and, as usual, the black phone offered 0 guidance. No guide, huh? Looks like I'll have to figure this out the hard way. He scrolled through the app's interface, eyes narrowing as 2 tabs caught his attention. My team of ghosts and ghouls was still completely empty. Neither Zhang Ye nor Yin Xiaoxiao had joined the haunted house. Yin Xiaoxiao was likely holding out because Chen Ge hadn't earned enough affection points. As for Zhang Ye, I'd be grateful if she just stopped trying to kill me. Forget about inviting her to move in. The second thing that caught Chen Ge's eye was the Haunted House Expansion tab. The dull gray font had turned a striking red. He tapped it, and a sentence blinked onto the screen. Please select the location of the entrance. Red text means it's clickable. The entrance location. The underground parking lot he'd rented was massive, but there was one glaring flaw. Its only entrance was outside the park. The path wasn't exactly guest-friendly. To fix that, he planned to carve out a new passage beneath the haunted house, one that would connect directly to the underground lot. Normally, large attractions like roller coasters or Ferris wheels weren't allowed to have any structural space beneath them, but the haunted house was tucked away in a lonely corner of New Century Park. It was the sole exception to the rule. In fact, the very space beneath Chen Ge's building was the parking lot. Black phone in hand, Chen Ge made his way to the first floor, stopping at the entrance to the long-forgotten Night of the Living Dead scenario. Ever since he'd acquired the 2 one-star scenarios, Ming Han and Murder by Midnight, this old setup had fallen into disuse. I'll place the new door beside this scenario's entrance. If I need to, I can always scrap Night of the Living Dead and build something better. That was the plan, at least. Chen Ge took a piece of chalk and marked a square on the floor, but once he stepped back, it hit him. He had no way of actually telling the black phone what he intended. Ever since the mysterious device had come into his life, all communication had been strictly one way. Did I miss something? He navigated through the app again. When he double-tapped the home page, the haunted house background suddenly zoomed out, revealing a full layout, eerily accurate to the real thing, complete with scenario placements and structural details. So this is where I do it. He located the Night of the Living Dead scenario on screen. Tapping an empty space beside its entrance, a prompt appeared instantly. Are you sure you want to place the entrance here? Yes. Please select the expansion direction. Downward. The screen blinked. Then, without fanfare, it returned to normal, followed by a flurry of new messages. Only through continuous expansion will your haunted house be able to play host to more homeless spirits and thus collect more screams. Congratulations for completing the normal mission. Obtained reward, a free spin at the Wheel of Misfortune. Congratulations for completing your first ever expansion. Special reward, a unique construct obtained, Midnight Ticket Counter, broken. Midnight Ticket Counter, broken. There's a 1 in 1,000 chance for you to attract special visitors. They are different from others and might lend you a helping hand. Chen Ge studied the messages closely. The mission had granted him a free spin at the Wheel of Misfortune, but the reward felt too unpredictable. Normally, he'd have to trade in 100 screams just for a single spin. According to the phone's description, The wheel did offer some genuinely useful prizes. Still, even he had managed to frighten himself with how lucky he'd been so far. What if I end up with another cursed love letter? He pictured it now. The two baleful specters each gripping blood-soaked knives, arguing over who got dibs on his skull and who got the rest of his soon-to-be unrecognizable body. They'd probably split him down the middle. Equal opportunity haunting. Too soon, too soon. The wheel of misfortune could wait. Chen Ge shifted his focus to the other reward, the broken midnight ticket counter. Up until now, his haunted house hadn't even had a proper ticket counter. Before the black phone showed up, he was lucky to get 10 visitors in a week. There'd been no point in building one. Well, the black phone solved that problem. But what exactly does a 1 in 1,000 chance of attracting special visitors mean? Are we talking about ghosts? To test the waters, he walked over to the front entrance. The gate looked exactly the same. Nothing had changed. No eerie glow, no ominous whispers, not even a breeze. Maybe it won't activate until after midnight. Like that time with the murder by midnight scenario. Since the rewards were already in hand, Chen Ge pushed them out of his mind. He spent the evening cleaning up the haunted house while waiting for midnight to roll around. The mirror monster might have been defeated, but that didn't mean the cursed number on the mirror had vanished with it. Rolling up his sleeves, he started scrubbing fake blood off the bathroom mirror, urgently. There was a reason for the sudden burst of housekeeping. That afternoon, a visitor had asked to use the restroom during his tour. Chen Ge had obligingly led him to the toilet, but the guy took one look at the blood-smeared floor, paled, and outright refused to go in. By the time Chen Ge escorted him back out of the haunted house, the poor man was holding in his pee so hard his face had gone green. The scary places should be scary, but everything else ought to be as comfortable as possible. After all, we're in the service business. Dad. That was something Chen Ge's father had told him long ago, and it had stuck. By 11 p.m., he'd finished scrubbing away the fake blood and had even repaired the broken toilet door. Now, he stood in front of the mirror, phone in hand. He pulled up his profile on the video sharing app. His follower count was steadily climbing, and his videos were getting shared more and more. A few advertisers had even reached out with offers. I need to stay on top of the videos and live streams, too. They're still my main promotion strategy. At 11:59 p.m. exactly, Chen Ge slipped his phone into his pocket and faced the mirror. Just like during his first nightmare mission, he locked the toilet from the inside and switched off every light. Chapter 69. Door in the mirror. The toilet was dark, and the world had gone so silent that Chen Ge could hear his own heartbeat. He stared unblinkingly at the mirror before him. When the clock struck 12, the surface of the glass began to mist, turning blurry, like breath fogging up a window. Then a number appeared at the center of the mirror. 0. The sudden appearance jolted Chen Ge. He'd assumed the number was something the mirror monster had left behind. Since the creature had already been consumed by Zhongye, it should have vanished along with it. The number has nothing to do with the mirror monster? He pulled out his phone to snap a photo, but as he raised his arms, his body locked up. The reflection had changed. One of the cubicle doors in the mirror had turned red. It was a red that was unmistakable, deep, viscous, and vivid. It looked as though the cubicle had been filled with blood, fresh and still seeping from the crevices. Why is it the squatting toilet? Why that one? Using his phone to record the bizarre phenomenon, Chen Ge turned slowly and reached for the cubicle's door. As the door opened in reality, the one in the mirror mirrored the motion. There was nothing inside the real cubicle. But in the mirror, everything, the toilet paper holder, the roll itself, the flush valve, even the grimy little ads plastered to the wall, was dyed blood red. In the darkened restroom, the crimson-soaked cubicle screamed for attention. It was impossible to ignore. Chen Ge didn't understand what he was seeing. He took a cautious step forward, and the moment half of his upper body entered the cubicle, a strange sensation engulfed him. Something sticky clung to his skin, thick, damp, and compressing, as if the air itself was trying to swallow him whole. He recoiled instantly. Exactly 1 minute later, the image in the mirror faded back to normal. When Chen Ge stepped into the cubicle again, the strange sensation was gone. No resistance. No sticky pressure. Nothing. The red door in the mirror only appeared for a single minute after midnight. Then, like clockwork, everything reset. Why that door? And why red? Not just the door, the walls, the toilet, even the paper were soaked in that color. All of it blood red. Chen Ge flipped on the overhead light. He leaned against the window, frowning, piecing things together. Could that be the mirror world? Did the mirror monster escape from there? Some kind of blood-red dimension? To confirm his suspicion, Chen Ge pulled up the details of his first nightmare mission on the black phone. It requires plenty of courage, incredible luck, and a bit of luck to see the hidden world. Then there's a high chance the hidden world the phone mentioned refers to that blood-red cubicle, whatever that place really is. Chen Ge retraced the events of that night in his mind. He hadn't opened his eyes, but he'd been alert, listening closely to every sound around him. Now that I think about it, I did hear the cubicle door creak. It was right after that when everything went sideways. Back then, he'd written it off as the wind. But now, what if it wasn't the wind? What if that sound was the mirror monster, slipping out of the red world? The mirror was most likely a buffer zone, a membrane between two worlds. The cubicle door in the reflection had opened, and the monster had slipped out from the blood-red realm. But due to interference from the doll, it had been trapped within the mirror itself. Chen Ge's eyes drifted to the wooden door of the same cubicle in real life, and an unsettling thought surfaced. What if I step into the cubicle here, right as the door turns red in the mirror? Would that take me to the other side? He shook the notion from his head. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Turning back to face the mirror, he ran over the sequence again in his mind. The red cubicle had appeared only after the number dropped to 0. So all my earlier theories were off. The number wasn't related to killing. It's probably a countdown. Maybe a timer for how long the mirror monster could stay in the real world. The door in the mirror had returned to normal, but Chen Ge didn't dare assume it was gone for good. There was a very real chance it would reappear, tonight, tomorrow, or every night at midnight, until the mirror monster found its way back. If it shows up again tomorrow, I'll have to get rid of the mirror. That's the only option left. He grabbed a thick black cloth, covered the mirror, and left the toilet without another glance. Back in the staff break room, Chen Ge took out the black phone and checked the newly refreshed daily missions. Easy mission. A normal haunted house experience should not create permanent trauma to its visitors. I hope you understand this simple theory. Please improve the haunted house's security by inspecting the security threats hidden around the haunted house. Normal mission. A single hand cannot clap. A good haunted house needs a good management team. Recruit more talents. They will definitely help when the situation demands it. Nightmare mission. There has always been a second occupant inside your room. Wouldn't you like to meet said person? Chen Ge had seen these 3 mission types enough to know the drill. Still, he hesitated. The nightmare missions offered the fastest route to expanding his haunted house, but after the mirror monster incident, he wasn't so quick to take the bait. I'll think about it tomorrow. Right now, I deserve a decent night's sleep. Since the day he'd received the black phone, Chen Ge hadn't had a single peaceful night. And if this went on much longer, he wasn't sure his body could take it. Wrapping himself tightly in the bedsheet, he closed his eyes. Sleep came fast. The next morning at 8 a.m., Chen Ge, feeling fully recharged, burst out of his room. First stop. The entrance to the Night of the Living Dead scenario. The area he'd marked out the night before had changed. A new path had appeared, leading downward. The black phone really gets things done. A tunnel had been carved straight through the ground. He followed the stairs down and soon arrived at an abandoned underground parking lot. It was desolate. Empty. Barely lit by the few flickering bulbs that hadn't died yet. That's it. The expansion's just a staircase? Chen Ge felt a flicker of disappointment, but the sheer size of the space reignited his excitement. It was a blank canvas, his to shape however he pleased. 3 months left until Eastern Jeojeong's virtual reality futuristic carnival opens. I've got to unlock as many scenarios as I can before then. If I want my haunted house to compete, it needs to be more than scary, it needs to be unforgettable. Back on the first floor, Chen Ge approached the haunted house's entrance with the black phone in hand. Between the front gates and the entry corridor now stood a new structure, semi-transparent, wooden, and painted jet black. It looked like 2 old dressers awkwardly fused together. This is the midnight ticket counter? It looks so damn crude. He opened the narrow door and squeezed inside. The interior was cramped to the point of absurdity, so tight it felt like he was lying in a badly carpentered coffin. Chapter 70. Special Visitor. This midnight ticket counter was broken, irreparably so, from the looks of it. There wasn't a single visible mechanism to tweak or repair. That damned black phone just kept spitting out weird crap. Chen Ge stepped away from the structure. The more he stared at it, the more convinced he became. This thing wasn't meant for the living. Boss. Su Wan jogged over in her casual clothes, her ponytail bouncing and 2 steaming buns cradled in her hands. Chen Ge's mood lifted immediately. Su Wan could be oblivious at times, but she had an effortless cheer that could chase off even the worst kind of gloom. He took a bun from her with a grunt of appreciation and bit into it. Why were you here so early today? Boss, look. Su Wan plopped down beside Chen Ge on the steps and pulled out her phone. She scrolled through a long list of news reports and trending videos. Each one had something to do with the Ping and Apartments case. These are all about you, boss. You're famous. Let me see. Chen Ge squinted at the screen, scrolling through the headlines. He hadn't expected that brief interview from the day before to blow up. Such a waste. Waste. Why? I think it's rather swell. Su Wan's cheeks were still flushed, probably from her earlier jog. At the time, I was too focused on the reward money to realize it was the perfect chance to promote our haunted house, Chen Ge muttered, irritation creeping into his tone as he flicked through the stories. If I'd known it would go viral, I would have cut off Captain Yen mid-sentence to shout out our business. Look at these. Some of them even got the facts wrong. They didn't even include the haunted house's address. Xiao Wan, this is your assignment for the day. Later, we're both going into those comment sections to announce our identities and drop the address of the haunted house. Anyone who shows proof of our comments gets a 20% discount. That sounds so unethical, Su Wan muttered, visibly embarrassed. Still, she followed his instructions without protest. By 9 a.m., as the park opened for business, they both tucked away their phones and got to work. After unlocking the gates, Su Wan finally noticed the midnight ticket counter. Boss, did you make this yesterday? Yeah. It's ugly, but it works. Agreed. Honestly, I've been thinking we needed a proper ticket counter anyway. Chen Ge caught the serious look on Su Wan's face and sighed inwardly. Such a good worker, never once questions me, even when she probably should. They both stepped inside the haunted house. Su Wan headed off to apply her makeup, while Chen Ge dragged several wooden planks from the props room to seal off the entrance to the underground parking lot. The new scenarios hadn't been unlocked yet, so the space was still out of commission. Once the prep work was done, it was time to start the day. Despite it being a holiday, a small line had already formed outside the haunted house. It wasn't long, but compared to what they used to get, it was a minor miracle. Su Wan was soon deep in character, chasing guests around as the ghost bride in the Ming Hun scenario, while Chen Ge was stuck juggling ticket sales and terrifying visitors as Dr. Skullcracker in Murder by Midnight. Running an oversized haunted house with just the two of them was brutal. It was worth noting that Xiao Xiao occasionally made surprise appearances in the Murder by Midnight scenario. The ragdoll had a habit of quietly trailing behind guests, which made Chen Ge more anxious than amused. He half worried some visitor might decide to snatch her up and take her home. Around noon, the two finally got a break. Chen Ge checked the black phone. Both reputation and visitor count had shot up. He was close to unlocking the second expansion. 2 people running 2 scenarios is already pushing it. He frowned. Once the new one's unlocked, I'll need to bring in fresh blood. He stared at the screen again. The nightmare missions were always borderline sadistic, but the easy and normal ones tended to point out structural weaknesses in the haunted house, and completing them often led to tangible upgrades. Even the phone had issued a recruitment mission. Looks like I'll need to get on that soon. Ever since the old staff, those who had followed his parents, resigned, Chen Ge had grown cautious about hiring anyone new. If only Xiao Xiao and Zhang Ye would actually take orders, they'd be the perfect employees. Of course, that was pure fantasy. Letting Xiao Xiao and Zhang Ye loose to scare visitors? Xiao Xiao might work out. She was unsettling but harmless. Zhang Ye, on the other hand, would probably leave behind a real crime scene. My team of ghosts and ghouls is still empty. Wonder when that'll change. Chen Ge sat on the steps outside the haunted house, stealing a rare moment to breathe before throwing himself back into the madness. By midday, the sun was blazing overhead. Foot traffic began to thin as visitors retreated from the heat. That was when Chen Ge's black phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and tapped the screen. The message stopped him cold. The midnight ticket counters effect has been triggered. The first special visitor has appeared. Please make use of this opportunity. The result will vary based on your choice. The effect's been triggered? Even with odds like 1 in 1,000. His spine went rigid, like a soldier bracing for combat. Based on how these things usually go, this can't be anything good. He swept his gaze across the haunted house grounds. The sun was still high, too bright for any specters to be out. It was the peak of the afternoon heat. Most of the park-goers had vanished into the shade. Is it that arguing couple? Chen Ge squinted toward the entrance. The girl's stunning, but the guy looks like he crawled out of a dumpster. There's got to be drama there. His gaze shifted. Who's Uncle Sue talking to? A new hire? I've never seen that person before. While he was still speculating, a skinny, dark-skinned woman, probably around 30, approached with oddly light steps. Could it be her? Chen Ge examined her quietly. She wasn't tall, wore a faded old jacket, and had a muted, cautious smile. Her complexion was darker than average, her energy oddly subdued. "Hello," she said. "How much for a ticket to visit the haunted house?" Her voice was unexpectedly shrill, sharp, but not enough to grate. "We currently have 2 scenarios," Chen Ge replied, sliding easily into his practiced tone. "1 ticket is 20 renminbi, and you can choose which one you'd like to experience." "Okay, then give me 2 tickets." The woman handed over the money without hesitation. "You want to try both scenarios?" Chen Ge asked, glancing up. "No, they're for the 2 of us." She gave a small, apologetic smile, then waved at someone lingering in the shade. A boy, maybe 8 or 9, jogged over at her signal. He was quiet, kept his eyes low. When he reached her side, he didn't grab her hand or say anything. Just stood there, expressionless. "I'm sorry, but our haunted house has an age requirement. No entry for anyone under 14. Chen Ge studied the boy more closely. There was something off about him, nothing obvious, just a strange undercurrent he couldn't quite put his finger on. "Can you please make an exception for us?" the woman asked gently. "This boy loves visiting haunted houses. There aren't many people around right now, so even if we go in, no one will notice. I promise, we won't cause any trouble." Chen Ge raised an eyebrow. "A kid that small likes haunted houses?" As he spoke, he discreetly slipped the black phone back into his pocket and shook his head. "I'm sorry. But rules are rules." Chapter 71. Heaven Inside the Well. The afternoon sun was blisteringly bright, the kind that seared through eyelids and left ghosts of light dancing behind your vision. Even after Chen Ge firmly turned them away, the woman and the boy refused to leave. "It's his wish to visit your haunted house, and I promised he could. Can't you show a little kindness?" She pulled a 100 yen note from her purse, holding it out like a truce. I promise you, it'll be fine. Chen Ge eyed the bill but made no move to take it. His brow furrowed. Why are you so insistent on getting in? The boy's what, 8? Tops. The haunted house isn't exactly built for kids. Too dark, too weird. I'm worried it might scar him for life. The woman gave a helpless smile but offered no explanation. Instead, she turned to the boy and reached to tousle his fluffy hair. Fanyu, how about we go do something else? Before she could finish, the boy slapped her hand away. He clearly didn't like being touched, not even by family. No matter how gently the woman tried to coax him, he remained rooted to the spot in front of the haunted house, small feet planted like he'd grown out of the pavement. Occasionally he'd lift his head, just a bit, and Chen Ge caught a flicker in his eyes. Fear, yes, but also something quieter. Shame. Distance. Like he was watching everything from far away. Fanyu. Chen Ge's attention shifted entirely to the boy now. He had seen all kinds of guests over the years, but this child was something else. There was a gravity about him, as if something unseen was dragging his thoughts inward. Chen Ge crouched down to meet him at eye level. Can you tell me why you want to go into the haunted house? It's very dark inside, and there are scary things. The boy didn't respond, but Chen Ge noticed something strange. His gaze kept drifting, not to Chen Ge's face, but to his shadow. Still not a word. The woman, clearly worried she might have crossed a line, rushed to smooth things over. Xiaoyu is different from most children. He doesn't like to talk, so I hope you don't mind. Of course, Chen Ge replied, still watching the boy. These two weren't going to budge unless forcibly removed, and he wasn't the kind of person to sick security on a woman and a child. With a resigned sigh, he relented. All right. I'll let you inside, free of charge. But you're only allowed to walk the outer perimeter. And I'm coming with you. Thank you, she said quickly, relief pouring into her voice. Sign the disclaimer agreements first, both adult and child. Don't touch the props, and no running wild once you're inside. Stay close behind me at all times. Chen Ge handed over 2 documents, one for the woman, one for the boy. Technically, only the guardian's signature was required, but Chen Ge wanted to see what kind of name the boy would write, and if he'd write at all. Once the paperwork was done, he led them into the Ming Hun scenario. As they entered, Chen Ge gave his usual low-key narration, laying out the background story. The 3 of them stood at the threshold, framed by white paper lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. The woman looked visibly nervous, her hand clenched tight around her purse strap. The boy kept his head bowed, though whether it was from fear, defiance, or something stranger, Chen Ge couldn't yet tell. The dead trees creaked in the wind, skeletal branches groaning above. Paper money littered the ground like a graveyard offering, crinkling underfoot with each step. Chen Ge pushed open the entrance to the Sihiyuan, gesturing inward. That's what the interior looks like. Just remember, don't go in. Park policy strictly prohibits anyone under 14 from entering the haunted house. He had barely finished speaking when the boy, who'd been silent and still up until now, suddenly bolted past them into the Sihiyuan. Fanyu! The woman cried, running in after him with Chen Ge close behind. The boy had already stopped, standing at the old courtyard well. Half his body hung over the edge, like he was peering down into something. Or waiting for something to peer back. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The woman was frantic, yanking at the boy's arms as she tried to pull him away from the well. But the timid child from moments ago had vanished. Fanyu thrashed wildly, swatting her hands like they were claws reaching from a nightmare. In his desperation, his nails raked across her forearms, leaving red, raw streaks. Blood welled up. He looked feral. Absolutely unhinged. Chen Ge winced. Kids got some serious mood swings. The well, of course, was a prop, shallow, harmless. Nothing to worry about physically. But the boy's fixation on it? That was something else entirely. After another 3 minutes at the well, the boy finally let go, reluctantly, like someone giving up on a secret only he could see. Whatever he was looking for, he hadn't found it. There was no question now. This boy wasn't like other kids. He didn't flinch from darkness. He gravitated to it. Like it whispered to him. Well, since you're already inside. Chen Ge shrugged. Might as well give you a proper little tour. His eyes never left the boy. Even among his peers, Fan Yu looked unusually small. Fragile, even. His features were delicate, almost doll-like, and his oversized eyes gleamed like polished obsidian. The Ming Han scenarios modeled after a traditional Sihyuan, Chen Ge explained as he moved. The east and west houses were usually reserved for the younger generations. He pushed open the door to the east house. Without warning, a female ghost in a crimson bridal gown glided silently from the shadows beyond. The woman shrieked, stumbling back with a gasp. Don't worry, she's just an actor, Chen Ge said calmly, stepping forward to intercept the ghostly bride. He leaned in and whispered, Xiao Wan, go take a break for now. Boss, you could at least pretend to be scared. Total buzzkill. Su Wan huffed, lifting the hem of her blood-red dress as she stepped over the threshold. But before she could leave, Fan Yu darted out from behind Chen Ge, planting himself directly in front of her. He tilted his head, staring up at her with unnerving intensity. Ha! Boss. Why'd you let such a little kid in here? Su Wan raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Only Chen Ge noticed how wrong this moment felt. The bridal gown was soaked in a shade of crimson too close to fresh blood. Su Wan's special effects makeup made her look convincingly dead. Ashen skin, sunken eyes, the whole deal. And yet, the boy didn't flinch. He stepped closer. Studied her. Fascinated. The kid seems to like me, Su Wan said with a smirk as she passed Chen Ge. It wasn't until she fully exited the scenario that Fan Yu finally tore his gaze away from her. I think that's enough of a tour for one day, Chen Ge said, turning to the woman. The rest of the place has similar decor, creepy in bulk. Shall we head out? He and the woman began walking toward the exit, but the boy didn't follow. He had stopped again in the courtyard, eyes scanning the shadows as if tracking something no one else could see. Fan Yu, it's time to go, the woman called. No response. Instead, the boy drifted back toward the old well and resumed his silent search, peering down with that same strange mix of focus and yearning. Chen Ge stayed back, watching. Isn't the boy afraid? The woman gave a faint, tired sigh. Chen Ge kept his tone casual. Are you his mother? No, I'm his aunt. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble, she said, glancing at the boy near the well. Xiao Yu's. Different from other kids his age. Ever since the accident with his parents a few years ago, he's been like this. We've taken him to countless doctors, but, she shook her head, nothing's worked. Psychological? Chen Ge asked carefully. If you don't mind me asking, what exactly happened to his parents? They were both teachers at Muyong High School, she said quietly. One day, they just disappeared. Never came back. Never found. At the time, Xiao Yu was only 5. I didn't know how to explain something like that to him, so I told him his parents had gone far away, to a place called Heaven. Muyong High School. Chen Ge stiffened. The name hit him like cold water down the spine. You've heard of it. The woman gave a weary nod. There are plenty of rumors about that school. I told Xiao Yu's parents from the start, they should have taken jobs somewhere else. Anywhere else. But they wouldn't listen. Her voice trembled, eyes glassing over with old grief. She didn't say more. Instead, she turned away from Chen Ge and approached the boy. Xiao Yu, she called softly. It's time to go home. But the boy wouldn't budge. He remained planted beside the well like something down there still had a hold on him. Chen Ge crouched beside him, curiosity sharpened now to something keener. Why do you keep staring into the well? He asked, tilting his head. Is there some kind of monster living down there? Fan Yu shook his head. He seemed calmer now, standing quietly in the shaded corner just outside the well's reach, as though the absence of sunlight made him feel safer. Then can you tell me, Chen Ge asked gently, why you don't want to leave the well? The boy didn't answer right away. Instead, he glanced past Chen Ge's shoulder, at something behind him. Something unseen. Then softly, I'm looking for something. Chen Ge's voice lowered. What are you looking for? Fan Yu stared into the darkness below, his small face reflected faintly in the still, false water. Heaven, he said. Chapter 72. 2-star scenario. Looking for heaven inside the well? Chen Ge eyed the boy, a sudden memory flaring to life like a match struck in the dark. His thoughts spiraled. He turned away, inhaling deeply to steady the storm in his chest. Thankfully, the woman didn't notice his momentary lapse. When he turned back, he kept his gaze low, and noticed the boy staring at him again, eyes lit with the same eerie glow they'd held earlier when he'd seen Su Wan in the mortician's makeup. Fan Yu, it's time to go home, the woman repeated gently. At last, the boy stepped away from the well. His head remained bowed, but something in his posture shifted. His mood seemed lighter. However, once they exited the haunted house and sunlight spilled over the trio, the boy reverted to his earlier state, silent, with a raw and unfiltered fear swirling in his eyes. It was hard to tell whether he feared the light or the living. The woman offered a quiet thank you before guiding the boy away. As the pair disappeared beyond the gates of New Century Park, Chen Ge finally exhaled. The black phone in his pocket buzzed. He dropped onto the steps, replaying the events in his mind. Looking for heaven inside the well. For the boy, that might not have been a metaphor. After speaking with the woman, Chen Ge realized she'd lied to him, told him his parents had gone somewhere called heaven, hoping to dull the ache of loss. She had probably hoped the boy would understand the truth as he grew older, but things hadn't gone as planned. His psychological growth had been stunted. He was no longer just a troubled child. He was frozen somewhere between trauma and silence. But what truly unsettled Chen Ge was the boy's answer when asked what he'd been doing beside the well. His parents had gone to heaven, and the boy kept searching for heaven inside the well. Doesn't that suggest he saw them shoved into it with his own eyes? Their bodies are inside the well. Without realizing it, Chen Ge lit a cigarette. He didn't call the police. Not yet. Instead, he followed the thread of his thoughts deeper into the dark. The boy's parents had both been teachers at Muyong High School, and one of the side quests on the black phone was connected to that very school. And a well. If this wasn't a coincidence, then the disappearance of the boy's parents was almost certainly tied to Muyong High School. Chen Ge pulled out the black phone. One unread message blinked on the screen. He tapped it open. Different choices lead to different result. The first special visitor has left. You made the correct choice during the visitation period. Congratulations for obtaining the reward. Unlocked hidden trial mission. Muyong High School. This mission is part of the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife side mission. Completing it will unlock a 2-star scenario, Muyong High School, and lower the trial mission difficulty for School of the Afterlife. Muyong High School trial mission, Scream Factor, 2 stars. This scenario contains 4 side missions. Survive after experiencing all of them, and the scenario will be unlocked. Mission venue, Muyong High School. Mission request. Arrive at the mission venue before 11 p.m. tonight and survive until dawn. Mission hint. Everyone has a deep well inside their heart where shameful and unknowable secrets stay buried. Do you wish to accept the mission? Warning. Trial mission is only active for 24 hours. If you do not accept it within 24 hours, you will forfeit the mission, and the scenario will forever be locked. The message on the black phone rattled Chen Ge. He hadn't expected that entertaining a special visitor would unlock a 2-star scenario's trial mission. He'd already experienced the terror of a trial mission before. Ping and apartments. And that one had only been 1 star. It had been far more dangerous than any nightmare mission. Eyes narrowing, Chen Ge reread the message, memorizing every word as he scrolled through the black phone again and again. The last mission had me hunting a murderer, but this one only asks me to survive until dawn. It sounds easier, but the phone wouldn't rate it 2 stars without a reason. It must be even more dangerous than murder by midnight's trial mission. To survive. It sounded simple enough, but the simplicity was what unsettled Chen Ge most. The trial mission offer would expire in 24 hours. That ticking clock gnawed at him. He couldn't tell if forfeiting this mission would cripple his chances of progressing the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife. But the possibility lingered like a shadow. Even if unlocking a 4-star scenario seemed impossible given his current situation, the idea of surrendering it still stung. Forfeiting this mission might mean forfeiting School of the Afterlife. 2 losses at once, that's too much to swallow. Chen Ge weighed the risks carefully. If I don't accept it, I lose both scenarios. But if I manage to survive, I unlock the 2-star scenario and knock out the side missions for School of the Afterlife at the same time. The haunted house couldn't stay stagnant. It needed fresh content to keep visitors coming back. This 2-star scenario couldn't have come at a better moment. New Century Park was on the chopping block, and he had just 3 months to prove the haunted house was worth saving. With the current lineup, that goal was a pipe dream. After a long pause, Chen Ge made his decision. He accepted the mission. Once the message vanished from the screen, Chen Ge didn't waste a second. He called Su Wan and asked her to handle the haunted house for the rest of the day. He had something urgent to take care of. The boy was the key. He was what triggered the trial mission for Muyong High School, and Chen Ge was convinced he could still squeeze more answers from him. He sprinted out the park's entrance, just in time to see the boy and the woman boarding a bus. Route 14. Chen Ge flagged down a cab and slid into the passenger seat. Follow Route 14. Get to the next stop before the bus does. The taxi pulled up to the stop ahead of schedule. A minute later, the bus arrived. Packed to capacity. Toward the back, the woman clutched the boy protectively in her arms, pressed into the crowd. Neither of them noticed Chen Ge as he slipped aboard. Following them home might turn up a few surprises. Chen Ge didn't rush to make his presence known. Instead, he remained near the front of the bus, keeping his eyes on them through the reflection in the glass. The bus rolled on, passing 7 stops. Passengers trickled off one by one. Outside, the scenery grew quieter, emptier, until the city's edge began to show. Near the final station, the woman and the boy finally disembarked. They didn't take the main road. Instead, they slipped into a narrow, secluded path swallowed by trees and half-lit signage. They live out here? Chen Ge frowned. Then again, she did mention taking the boy to many doctors. Medical bills like that could drain a family fast. He followed at a careful distance. But after only a few minutes, the woman and the boy suddenly picked up their pace. Did they spot me? Or are they running from something else? Chapter 73. Red and Black. The dilapidated paths crisscrossed like a maze. Afraid of being left behind, Chen Ge quickened his pace. After several winding turns, a squat 2-story terrace block emerged from the shadows. The woman and the boy had vanished inside. The drains circling the building reeked with a fetid stench. A large poster slapped on the first floor read, "The original tenants have moved." Everywhere Chen Ge looked, trash was heaped in corners or strewn carelessly across the floor. Chen Ge approached the building, his mind circling with questions. The pair lived in a place like this, barely habitable. Yet at the park, the woman had pulled out 100 renminbi without hesitation just so the boy could enter the haunted house. That said a lot about her care for him. The boy, on the other hand, was coldly indifferent. Inside the attraction, he'd spoken only twice, and both times, to Chen Ge. Not a word for the woman. His dislike for her wasn't subtle. It bordered on contempt. Is it just a mental condition? Or is there something darker going on? At the top of the stairs, Chen Ge saw that only one tenant lived on the second floor. The corridor was clean, the floor swept, and laundry hung limply on poles like tired flags. Is anyone in? The door stood ajar, but Chen Ge knocked anyway, out of courtesy. Coming. Footsteps shuffled inside the apartment. When the woman appeared, she froze at the sight of him. Why are you here? Did we cause some damage when we visited the haunted house? She asked warily. No, it's not that. I'm just curious about the boy's situation. I had a few questions. Chen Ge noticed she wasn't exactly eager to let him in, so he added, I have some friends at Zhejiang Medical University. I thought, maybe, they could help. Thank you, but it's all right. The woman declined without hesitation. Chen Ge couldn't blame her. He was starting to feel like he'd come on a bit too strong. I'm really not a bad person, he said quickly. You can check your phone, today's Zhejiang morning news. When she didn't budge, he pulled out his own phone and searched for the article about the Ping an apartment case. Look, I helped the police crack a cold case. They even gave me a medal. He handed her the phone. She glanced at the screen and read aloud. Supernatural live streamer trapped and was finally saved by the police? The intrepidness of a haunted house operator almost caused his death. Ignore the headline, Chen Ge muttered. My picture should be in there somewhere. Chen Ge spent a while explaining before the woman's guard finally lowered. She handed his phone back with a nod. Come in for a seat then. Just leave the door open. Okay. She led him into the living room, though it barely qualified, maybe 30 square feet, with a dining table squeezed between two beds shoved into corners. Forgive the mess, she said, clearly embarrassed. I wasn't expecting any visitors. Would you like something to drink? Chen Ge caught a flicker of the boy in her face. Just a glance, but unmistakable. That won't be necessary, he replied. I just want to ask a few questions about the boy's parents. He pulled out his phone, ready to record anything of note. It's been so long already. Why are you asking about that now? The woman asked, though she still sat down across from Chen Ge. Without much prompting, she began recounting what had happened at Muyong High School 3 years earlier. Back then, Muyong High had still been just a regular school. That summer afternoon, the rain had come down in sheets. When the boy's parents returned home from work, he was gone. They searched for him in the storm, but in the end, only the boy came back. The parents never did. Sounds like the parents disappeared because of the boy. Chen Ge quietly recorded the woman's key points on his phone, trying to mentally reconstruct the sequence of events. Fan Yu's parents had come home from work to find their son missing. They'd rushed back out into the downpour to search for him. The last place they were seen remained a mystery, but their bodies were most likely trapped beneath the water well at Muyong High School. And the boy, he was probably the only witness to the entire event. It was likely because he'd seen it all that Fan Yu had ended up this way. Chen Ge frowned, his gaze fixed on the table's worn surface. He pulled out the black phone and scrolled to the School of Afterlife side missions. Side mission 6, Deep Well. One brother and one sister went to school, but how come no one returned? The black phone didn't make mistakes. So what did the pair of siblings have to do with Fan Yu's parents? According to the phone's hint, it wasn't the parents who fell into the well. It was the siblings. Why? Chen Ge slipped the black phone back into his pocket and looked up. The woman's eyes were brimming with tears. Is Fan Yu an only child? He asked, uncertain. Does he have any brothers or sisters? The question hit her like a blade. Her expression shifted instantly. Her nails dug into her arms, drawing pale crescents into her skin as the tears began to fall. If the accident hadn't happened to my 2 children, she choked out, then Xiao Yu would have had a brother and a sister to play with. Your children? Chen Ge asked. Before entering the apartment, he'd noticed the laundry hanging outside, mostly women's and children's clothing. He'd assumed she wasn't married. They died when they were still very young. Mere toddlers. Her voice cracked. She mumbled a quick sorry, and fled into the kitchen to collect herself, on the verge of breaking down. So Fan Yu does have a brother and sister, but they died years ago. Then why would the black phone say the siblings never returned home from school? Why would toddlers even be in school? Is the black phone wrong? Is the woman lying? Or is Fan Yu seeing something that isn't there? The woman remained in the kitchen for a long time. Chen Ge rose quietly and walked toward the only other room in the apartment. Fan Yu had to be inside. He was the heart of this entire mystery. He eased the door open. The bedroom was surprisingly tidy. Fan Yu stood at a small table, seemingly writing something. As Chen Ge approached, he peered over the boy's shoulder and realized he wasn't writing at all. He was drawing. And every mark on the paper bled black and red. Xiao Yu, what are you drawing? Chen Ge asked gently, careful not to startle him. The boy glanced back but said nothing. Then he turned around and continued his work in silence. Bit by bit, the image on the page took form. In a pure black house stood several small, red human figures. As soon as he finished the drawing, Fan Yu crumpled the page and tossed it to the floor. Without missing a beat, he started on a new one. Chen Ge stood there, watching for a long time. Every sketch followed the same haunting theme, a black house and tiny red figures. What is he trying to tell me? He bent down, retrieved the discarded drawing, and smoothed it out. After studying it in silence, he folded it and slipped it into his pocket. Chapter 74. Group Photo. Red has the longest wavelength in the visible light spectrum. It's the natural counter to black. Together, they create an optical tension that gnaws at the eyes. The house was black as pitch. The humans within it. Red, fresh as blood. The image pressed down on anyone who dared to look too long. The boy's favorite pastime is drawing. He doesn't like going out and usually shuts himself in his room. Unnoticed by Chen Ge, the woman had entered quietly, 2 glasses of water cradled in her hands. Now I no longer wish for anything, except for him to grow up happy, like a normal boy. She handed 1 glass to Chen Ge and gently placed the other beside the boy. Let's go outside. He's afraid of contact with strangers. Okay. Chen Ge returned to the living room, the glass of water cool in his hand. The woman sat down across from him, her posture more guarded now. Do you have any other questions? Her tone had stiffened, just enough to register. The poor child. I believe he was traumatized when he was younger. To treat his condition, we'll need to uncover the cause and work backward from there. Chen Ge let his thoughts slip into the open. You're his only family, and it's clear you care about him. Would you mind if I asked a few more questions? The woman gave a small nod. A fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, probably the heat, or maybe something else. Earlier, you mentioned that Fan Yu's parents disappeared while looking for him. So, where was Fan Yu ultimately found? At Muyong High School. He was hiding in my brother's office. Muyong High School again? Chen Ge arched a brow. Weird things seem to keep happening at that place. You couldn't be more right. The woman let out a heavy sigh. Muyong High School is the worst school in Zhejiang. Honestly, I've never understood why it was even allowed to operate. Before it was finally shut down, the police practically had a parking spot out front. There was fighting nearly every day. That's serious. Chen Ge leaned in, listening carefully. Getting first-hand information like this was far more efficient and unsettling than combing the internet. That's not all. The woman stood up, her voice turning grave. The school's famously haunted. The elders in the neighborhood say it used to be a crematorium. City planning bulldozed it down, but come on, how peaceful could a school possibly be, sitting on land like that? She shook her head. I warned my brother not to take the job there, but he just wouldn't listen. Then why did he insist on teaching at Muyong High School? The pay was good, and he had a record. That made it nearly impossible to get hired anywhere else. Who would have thought that'd be his last job? A record. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes slightly. Did he make enemies? Is it possible his disappearance is tied to that? He clung to the details, every word from her lips a breadcrumb in a long trail of rot. No, it's nothing like that. My brother liked to drink, but he was terrible at it. That's why he got fired from his last school, and the incident left a black mark on his record. There aren't that many schools in Zhejiang, so finding another job was almost impossible. Then his disappearance doesn't sound like it was caused by revenge. It's definitely not. Her certainty made Chen Ge narrow his eyes. How can you be so sure? The woman hesitated. Then, silently, she reached into a drawer and pulled out a photograph, sliding it across the table. Since the school first opened, there was always one classroom that remained locked. Entry was strictly forbidden, to staff and students alike. Only the headmaster had access, and no one ever questioned it. Her voice grew quieter. After the old headmaster passed away, it became one of those stories, a lingering mystery. There are still a lot of stories about that classroom. Some say it was reserved for the spirits of those who died in the crematorium. Others claim something terrible happened to the workers before the school was even finished. Either way, her voice dropped a notch. It's a very dark place. What does that have to do with your brother's disappearance? Chen Ge's brow furrowed. Take a look at this, and you'll understand. She handed him the photograph. Chen Ge examined it, a strange group photo. In the center sat a man, clearly drunk, slouched in his chair. Rows of students flanked him on all sides. At first glance, it resembled a standard graduation shot. But something was off. All the students had their backs turned to the camera. And if one looked closer, really focused, they were all standing on their tiptoes. Where did you find this picture? And have you shown it to the police? Chen Ge set the photo back on the table, then quietly wiped the sweat from his palms. The night before he disappeared, my brother was at a bar watching the ball game with some friends. To make sure he'd be on time for work the next morning, he decided to crash in the nurse's office at school. On his way there, he passed one of the classrooms, and saw people inside. She paused. Thinking it was a group burning the midnight oil, he praised them for their dedication and stopped by the door. Inside, it looked like they were taking a class photo. When they saw him, they invited him in, to sit in the center seat. She glanced at the photo. After the picture was taken, the students filed out. He wasn't even sure who handed him the photo. Said it just ended up in his hand. Her voice remained flat, emotionless. But the story made Chen Ge's skin crawl. When my brother saw the picture, it shocked him sober. That's when he realized he'd been sitting inside the sealed classroom. She slid the photo back toward Chen Ge. He only told me and his wife. We figured it was just one of those strange things that would eventually fade away. But the next day, everything unraveled. Xiao Yu vanished. They both went out looking for him, and it was them who disappeared instead. That's why I don't believe this has anything to do with revenge. It's tied to that classroom. Chen Ge pushed the photo back across the table. What did the police say? They did bring the photo back to Muyong High School for an investigation. The students in the picture were all wearing the school's uniform, but none of them could be identified. Not a single one was enrolled there. She paused. They opened the sealed classroom and examined it thoroughly. The only thing they found were my brother's footprints, clear proof that he had been inside. Okay, I understand. Chen Ge asked a few more questions, but most were met with vague answers or empty silences. Realizing he'd hit the end of the road, he stood to leave. Leaving so soon? It's so hot outside. Why not take a sip of your drink before you go? Thank you, but I'm not thirsty. Chen Ge offered a polite nod of gratitude, then turned and left the second floor. The conversation had sharpened his understanding of Muyong High School. 4 side missions were tied to the place, and 2 of them were connected to the boy's family. He slipped Fan Yu's drawing from his pocket and studied it again. The stark contrast of black and red tugged at his mind. A black house, red figures. It's trying to say something. Could this be linked to Muyong High School? Could the drawing be a depiction of a building there? Chapter 75. Muyong High School. A child's thinking is more direct, less metaphorical. Could this drawing be an actual representation of the crime scene he witnessed? The house was black, likely indicating the crime took place at night. Inside, the figures were red. His parents. The victims? That was the most straightforward interpretation. Chen Ge studied the picture from multiple angles. The boy's style was rushed, crude. All the human figures looked identical, no defining features, no way to distinguish gender or identity. Wait, maybe those red figures aren't his parents. There are way too many of them. He tried to count, but every attempt ended with a different number. The drawing was chaotic, as if it refused to be understood. What is the boy really trying to say with this? In the room, Fan Yu kept drawing the same scene over and over. A black house surrounded by red figures. Each time he finished, he'd crumple the page and toss it aside, dissatisfied, as if the image refused to come out right. Still, this painting is a crucial clue. Chen Ge had studied it for what felt like ages, turning it this way and that, but it refused to give up its meaning. In the end, he pocketed the drawing and turned to glance at the building behind him. The door he'd left ajar was now shut. Both the ant and the child are problematic in their own way. The question is, whose problem is bigger? After weaving his way through the maze-like paths, Chen Ge boarded the bus, thoughts heavy. His next mission loomed. If the woman hadn't been lying, the trial waiting for him tonight would be no joke. For safety's sake, Chen Ge pulled out his phone and searched for more information on Muyong High School. The results poured in, mostly from various school forums. Judging by the timestamps and user handles, most of the posters were likely former students. After the school shut down, they'd scattered to other campuses, carrying the school's ghost stories with them like haunted luggage. A few posts, though, stood out. About a year ago, 5 students had snuck into Muyong High School on a dare. Instead of recording video, they updated a live thread every few minutes, chronicling the experience in real time. The original thread had long since been deleted. What Chen Ge was reading now was a repost, passed around like contraband. According to the rumors, the 5 students had slipped into a sealed classroom and decided to play a game, Pen Spirit. They sat around a table, trying to summon the entity. But as the game progressed, something went wrong. By the end, there weren't 5 people in that room, there were 7. No one knew where the extra 2 had come from. The group bolted from the school, screaming and sobbing all the way out. Thankfully, they all made it out alive. But 2 of them didn't walk away whole. One became violently unstable, lashing out without reason. The other developed a crippling fear of daylight. Not long after, both moved away from Jiujiang. Chen Ge scanned the comments beneath the post. One user pointed out that during the game, 2 extra people had appeared, and afterward, 2 students had been left traumatized. The poster suggested a chilling theory. The ones who walked out weren't the same 5 who went in. The original 2 might still be trapped in that classroom. The comment had racked up a disturbing number of likes. Others disagreed. Some claimed all 5 had been possessed, but only 2 showed symptoms because their bodies couldn't handle the strain. At the top of the thread was a pinned message from a teacher, shutting down any further discussion of Muyong High School. Chen Ge kept scrolling, and noticed a post that had been hidden. Chen Ge opened the hidden post, and blinked, baffled by what he read. The poster claimed that his father's company had planned to buy the land Muyong High School sat on, for dirt cheap. Everything had gone smoothly at first. But just as the contract neared completion, things took a strange turn. Every night, his father began having the same dream. Students wearing Muyong High School uniforms would show up at their house, taking seats, pulling out books, ready for class. The strangest part? Each morning, they'd wake to find signs of forced entry. Muddy footprints, open windows, scratched floors. Eventually, the stress wore the man down. He fell sick, backed out of the deal, and resigned. That was the end of it. After reading through everything, Chen Ge found himself comparing Muyong High School to Western Zhejiang's private academy. Both shuttered institutions shrouded in rumors. That's when he noticed something odd. There were plenty of supernatural rumors floating around about Muyong High School, but none of them mentioned actual deaths or injuries. In contrast, while Western Zhejiang's private academy had far less buzz online, police records showed that more than one fatal incident had occurred there. If I really think about it, Western Zhejiang's private academy does sound scarier. That little revelation was the only thing that made Chen Ge feel marginally better. He sat on the bus, watching the city blur past the window, when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced down. He-san. What now? The kid sensed a potential scenario unlock and wanted to reserve a spot early. Chen Ge picked up and held the phone to his ear. Hello. Boss, quickly get on the video sharing app. Someone's coming for your bread and butter. Ha. Someone's opening a new haunted house. Chen Ge tapped open the app. Before the homepage could load, an ad took over the screen. Host Qin Guang leads you to explore an actual haunted house. He tapped the banner. More details popped up instantly. Qin Guang, a well-known live stream host with over 600,000 followers. Most of his videos leaned toward humor, pranks, and viral challenges. But now, according to his bio, he was making a pivot. He belonged to XX Studio, the same outfit that had tried to cozy up to Chen Ge back when he was at Ping and Apartments. The ad made it clear, Qin Guang was launching a new series, a mystery live stream inside a real haunted house. Chen Ge hadn't thought much of it, until he saw Qin Guang's first mystery location. He stared at the screen, speechless. Western Zhejiang's Ping and Apartments. Boss, have you seen it? He-san's voice crackled through the phone. That guy saw you pulled over 10,000 views on your first stream. Now he's trying to steal your formula. There's no need to worry. Certain things can't be copied. Chen Ge had expected breaking news. Maybe something relevant to tonight's mission. Instead, this felt like a half-hearted attempt at drama. He was mildly disappointed. He wasn't worried about Qin Guang, and he was pretty sure Qin Guang didn't see him as competition, either. On the other end of the line, He-san sounded borderline frantic. He's got a massive following. Once he establishes himself as a supernatural host, they'll spin it like you copied him. It'll be fine. Chen Ge shifted the conversation. By the way, are you familiar with child psychology? I've got a few questions. Boss, seriously? Look at the time. Do you really think this is the moment for a psych consult? Besides, I'm a forensic doctor. If you've got psych questions, you should probably talk to an actual psychologist. Or a psychiatrist. Chapter 76. School of Rainy Night. There's a boy who came to visit my haunted house today. Looked about 8 or 9. Doesn't talk much. And the darker it gets, the more excited he becomes. What kind of symptoms are those? Chen Ge posed the question bluntly. He only had 2 people he could reasonably ask. He-san, or He-feng. Forensic students study practical medicine, biology, and maybe a dash of chemistry. Psychology's a whole different beast. Mental phenomena, neuroscience, psychiatry. Completely separate disciplines, He-san replied, sighing in defeat. Even if you ask me, I can't give you anything solid. Then, after a beat, Boss, are you really not going to do something about this? I noticed you haven't updated in days. Your last live stream was ages ago. If you let this drag on, your popularity's going to tank. Just take a look at your profile page. They're already saying you've run out of ideas. Some are even mocking your haunted house. Mock my haunted house? People are actually doing that. That gave Chen Ge pause. He tapped into his personal page and, sure enough, there it was, a flood of negative comments. Boss, there are way too many short videos out right now. Everything's starting to look the same. If you stop updating, viewers won't wait around, they'll just move on to someone else. You're not wrong. But it's not as bad as it looks. Chen Ge said, eyes still scanning the screen. His attention, however, wasn't really on the page. It remained fixed on Fan Yu and that boy's mysterious aunt. The live streams and videos? They were just the sideshow. The real action was still tied to the missions on the black phone. If you say so. I just wanted to give you a heads up. A faint note of resignation slipped into He-san's voice. That guy Qin Guang? He's already got a name, a studio behind him, and the platform itself is pushing him hard. They're going to throw him every advantage. But honestly, I still think your stream's better. His content is just a knockoff of mine, Chen Ge said with a faint smile. The difference between his work and the rest of the streaming crowd was simple. His material was authentic, the kind of thing you couldn't fake, replicate, or dress up with effects. Sure, I'm behind in terms of resources, distribution, and fan base. But when it comes to understanding fear, really handling it, he's still a rookie. You're right. I mean, you're the professional here, He-san said, then hesitated. Actually, boss, I just remembered something. What? Do you remember that senior of mine you scared so badly she started crying? Chen Ge arched a brow. That description fits a lot of people. Be more specific. Gao Rushue. Her dad's a psychologist, tenured professor in criminal psychology, no less. I'll ask her if she can help you out tonight. Okay, if you pull it off, I'll treat you to a meal, and throw in a free tour of the haunted house's new scenario. Chen Ge had always appreciated He-san's straightforward nature and didn't hesitate to offer a reward. Thanks, but hard pass. He-san groaned. Last time I went into your haunted house, I had nightmares for days. One time, I even dozed off in class. I didn't notice the lecturer had come up beside me. In the dream, I was being chased by some maniac doctor swinging a hammer. I ran up the stairs, totally panicking, and then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. He paused dramatically. I freaked out. Reflex took over. I elbowed first and opened my eyes after. The lecturer's glasses were shattered. Chen Ge tried to hold back his laughter, but failed. All right then. I won't force you to visit the haunted house ever again. They chatted for a while longer before Chen Ge finally ended the call. He turned to the window. The sun had slipped behind thick rain clouds, the sky dimming steadily. By the time he returned to New Century Park, a crowd had gathered near the haunted house. From a distance, he could see Su Wan juggling a growing line of impatient visitors. Xiao Wan, what's going on? You're finally back. Su Wan looked up, exasperated. Everyone's here for the haunted house, but since I couldn't find you, I had no choice but to stall them. She was already out of costume, forehead glistening with anxious sweat. Well done. Stay out here and sell the tickets. Leave the rest to me. Chen Ge pushed open the gate, slipped into the Dr. Skullcracker outfit, and disappeared into the murder by midnight scenario. By 4 p.m., a light drizzle had started. The clouds overhead thickened like bruises, and several park attractions were forced to shut down to avoid weather-related accidents. Those visitors who hadn't gotten their fill swarmed toward the indoor spots, which made Chen Ge's haunted house, ironically, the new crowd favorite. Lines stretched past the entrance, and business boomed until around 5 p.m., when the rain picked up and people began to scatter. After hours of running, scaring, and improvising, Chen Ge finally peeled off the heavy costume and stepped out of the haunted house, drenched in sweat. The sky had turned nearly black. The wind was howling like something caged and starved. It had been pouring like this the night Fan Yu's parents vanished. Chen Ge stared up at the darkening sky, emotions shifting behind his eyes. After a pause, he turned to Su Wan. Go home for the night, he said quietly. She nodded, and he made his way back to the maintenance room. There he packed his essentials, a lighter, a flashlight, a multi-purpose mallet, and the doll. Slipping on a raincoat, he stepped out of the haunted house. Thanks to the unexpected flood of visitors, it was already 6 p.m. by the time he reached the park's main gate. He flagged down a cab and gave the driver his destination, Muyong High School. The driver's smile faded fast. Not going there, he muttered and pulled away. Chen Ge was forced to wait for another. The second cabbie was more blunt. The roads to Muyong High are a mess, completely overgrown. No way to get a car through. I can drop you near it, but that's as far as I go. There was a time limit on the mission. Getting there early meant more time to scout, less risk overall. Chen Ge had no intention of wasting a second. After a quick negotiation on the fare, he climbed in, and the cab pulled away. En route, he tried asking the driver about Muyong High School. The man didn't even glance his way, just kept his eyes locked on the road, jaw tight, fingers clenched around the wheel. Silent type. Great. Chen Ge found himself, strangely, missing the chatty uncle who'd once driven him to Western Zhejiang's private academy. They arrived around 7 p.m. The road was a mess, narrow, cracked, riddled with weeds, and the surroundings made the countryside look modern by comparison. Everything here felt like it had been abandoned by time. The car can't go any farther. This is where I stop. The driver gestured out the window. There should be people living nearby. If you get lost, try them. And send the fare through WeChat. I don't take cash. No cash. Chen Ge raised an eyebrow, momentarily thrown. But he didn't press it. Everyone had their quirks. He paid, stepped out of the cab, and pulled his raincoat tighter. The rain had picked up, sheets of it lashing down from a pitch-black sky. The wind was sharp and restless. Chen Ge scanned his surroundings. There were rows of houses in the distance, silhouettes barely visible through the mist, but all of them sat in complete darkness. Abandoned. Or hiding something. How am I supposed to find Muyong High School? Chen Ge turned to ask the driver, only to see the man yank out the seat mat from where Chen Ge had been sitting and toss it unceremoniously out the window. Without a word or glance back, the driver got in, slammed the door, and drove off. He refused cash, and threw out the seat mat I sat on. What the hell does that mean? Does he think I'm dirty? Or cursed? The question lingered like the rain, uncomfortable, unanswered, and steadily soaking in. Chapter 77. The paper and pen on the table. The taxi driver's strange behavior unsettled Chen Ge. Drivers like him were supposed to know the city best. They knew its roads, its rhythms, and the taboo places buried in both. Did he misunderstand me? The mat slipped into the mud, quickly swallowed by rain. Chen Ge had read through all the ghost stories about Muyong High School without breaking a sweat. But after what just happened in that taxi, his confidence began to falter. The only mission requirement is to survive. That means even the black phone thinks survival alone is a big ask. In the blink of an eye, the taxi vanished down the road. Chen Ge stood alone in a flimsy raincoat, swallowed by a vast stretch of trees. It felt less like being dropped off, and more like being abandoned. The rain kept pouring. Chen Ge cinched his raincoat tighter and pulled out his flashlight, slogging down the muddy road. Heavy clouds pressed low against the sky, blotting out the moonlight. As he neared the buildings he'd glimpsed earlier, he finally saw just how derelict they really were. Rusted chains dangled from the door, and the window glass had long since shattered. Peering through the cracks, Chen Ge spotted rotting furniture and heaps of garbage, unknown bugs skittering across the floor like they paid rent. Not a single sign of life. Is this place really that cursed? Before coming here, Chen Ge had managed to wring a few precious scraps of information from Fan Yu's aunt. So he wasn't completely blind. He knew a thing or two about the area around Muyong High School. With no one around to ask, though, he had no choice but to press deeper into the unknown, relying solely on memory. The rain-soaked road squelched beneath his feet, flanked on both sides by gnarled, oddly shaped trees. Untamed and overgrown, their twisted limbs reached into the path like they were trying to pull him in. Muyong High School was built on the site of a former crematorium. Creepy, sure, but it also meant there had to be a road wide enough for vehicles. Yet the farther he walked, the narrower the path became, now barely wide enough for a bicycle, let alone a car. Am I even on the right road? The relentless downpour was slowing him down. If I get lost out here, that's it. If the school's not at the end of this road, I'll have to turn back and abandon the mission. He trudged forward for another 30 minutes before something emerged through the curtain of rain. A toppled sign and a warped wooden fence. There's lichen on one side. Must have been lying there for years. Chen Ge lifted the sign upright, but the characters were too faded to read. He swept his flashlight across the surface, brow furrowing. Why is the lichen only on one side? Sunlight? Or, did someone move this recently, along with the fence? He froze and checked the time on his phone. Almost 8 p.m., and still no sign of the mission location. Great. At least I still have signal. If things go south, I can still call for help. Theoretically. The rain blurred everything into shadow. With the clouds smothering the sky, Chen Ge's phone became the only light for miles. The sign and the fence are here. But they look like they've been moved. Recently. That's unsettling. Chen Ge used the fallen sign to push aside the overgrown shrubbery blocking his path. After another 10 meters, the forest opened up, just slightly, and a row of splintered wooden railings came into view. Inside the barrier squatted a handful of decrepit buildings. This is Muyong High School? Compared to Western Zhejiang's private academy, this place was a ruin. It looked barely a third the size, and 10 times as lifeless. Chen Ge didn't relax just because it was smaller. Less space didn't mean less danger. In fact, it meant fewer places to hide if something went wrong. He let the sign drop, stepped over the railing, and entered Muyong High School. All of the buildings were visible from where he stood, a whole haunted campus laid out in plain sight. The building closest to the entrance was the education block, and it looked like it had survived a serious fire, barely. Its exterior was charred black, and cracks ran along the walls like veins, the whole structure threatening to collapse with the next stiff breeze. To the left stood the dormitory. It was only 2 stories tall, likely due to a low student count, with just a handful of rooms. On the right sat the office building, which, at least from the outside, looked to be in the best shape of the bunch. Behind the education block stretched an uneven field, with 2 cracked basketball courts and a few worn-down ping-pong tables scattered off to the side. So that was the layout of Muyong High School. Despite its heavy supernatural reputation, the campus itself lacked any real flavor or personality. Chen Ge had a sneaking suspicion that the real reason it shut down wasn't ghosts, it was enrollment. No one wanted to study here. Strangely enough, now that he'd arrived, he felt, Chen Ge had always been good at keeping his emotions in check. There are 4 side missions at Muyong High School. The pen spirit, the 5th cubicle in the toilet, deep well, and the sealed classroom. If I want to unlock the full scenario, I can't miss a single one. In his previous mission, Chen Ge had earned a completion rate of over 90%, and that's what unlocked the hidden reward. Wang Qi's missing person notice. That single item had been the key to connecting with Xiao Xiao's family. He understood just how important a high mission completion rate was. But knowing it didn't make it easier. Each of the side missions here could easily match the intensity of a full-blown nightmare mission, and he was supposed to finish all 4 in one night. It's not even midnight yet. Still some time before the residents of the otherworld get active. I should scout all 4 locations. If things look too dicey, I can still bail. Chen Ge tucked the doll into his chest pocket, pulled out his trusty mallet, and made his way toward the education block. The building's surface was caked in soot, black and clinging, even after all these years. The whole place is burned out. Could this have something to do with the old crematorium? Chen Ge moved cautiously. He recalled the mission briefing from the black phone. There's a classroom at the end of the corridor that's always sealed. No one ever enters it, but every night, the classroom comes alive with activity. Bad luck had struck Fan Yu's father after he stepped into that room. That made it the likeliest epicenter of the paranormal activity at Muyong High School. The image from that disturbing photo flickered across Chen Ge's mind, a room full of students, faces turned away from the camera. There's a good chance I'll be spending the night with them. All the classrooms were locked, leaving Chen Ge to peer through the grimy windows with his flashlight. The first few rooms looked exactly as expected. Dusty, abandoned, and long forgotten. But when he reached the last classroom at the end of the corridor, something was off. This one had somehow escaped the fire. Its walls were intact, its interior oddly untouched. What caught Chen Ge's eye, though, were the items on the table in the center of the room. A stack of books, a sheet of paper, and a pen, neatly arranged, as if someone had just stepped out in the middle of class. Chapter 78. I can't control my right hand. Should I go in for a closer look? Chen Ge hesitated, fingers tightening around the mallet in his hand. The urge to bash the door down and see what was written on that sheet of paper was nearly overwhelming. According to the school forum, 5 students had once broken into Muyong High School to play a game of pen spirit in the last classroom on a dare. Could the pen and paper have been left behind by them? He wondered. But the more he thought about it, the more it didn't add up. The post had described how, when 2 extra people appeared during the game, the students had panicked and fled, knocking over furniture in their blind scramble to escape. Yet now, all the tables and chairs inside the classroom were neatly arranged. Of course, that doesn't rule out the possibility that someone rearranged the furniture after they left, or that all 5 of them were possessed. Chen Ge lowered the mallet and decided to save the classroom for last. Leaving the education block behind, he made his way toward the dormitory. The squat, dilapidated building had no more than a handful of rooms. He circled it for quite a while before spotting a rusted iron sign, the lettering nearly obliterated by time and weather. Still, Chen Ge figured it once read, "Second floor is female rooms. No entry to males." This school is falling apart. Peeling off his raincoat, he dabbed at the moisture that had seeped down his collar. He was about to continue when his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered without hesitation. "He-san. Boss, I've given my senior your phone number. She said her father will contact you once he's home." "Thanks. Anything else? Also, that Qin Guang guy just started his live stream. Are you seriously not gonna check it out? He hired an actor to play the killer next door, and his intro, hell, even his analysis, was a blatant copy of yours. I don't even know where to begin complaining. Let him do his thing. But when I start my own stream in a bit, make sure you show up to support me." "You're starting a live stream?" He-san's voice leapt several octaves. Chen Ge couldn't help but smile. Loyal viewers were hard to come by. "It's been a while since my last one. I've got something exciting planned this time." Silence lingered on the other end of the line. Then Chen Ge heard the sound of shuffling footsteps. He-san, apparently slipping into his slippers, dashing off to rouse his roommates. It's time to get up to watch the live stream. Yet another bout with death tonight. Chen Ge appreciated the free promotion, though something about He-san's phrasing made him feel just a little uneasy. After ending the call, Chen Ge opened the video sharing app. Qin Guang's supernatural livestream was splashed across the front page, prominently featured and aggressively promoted. He tapped in for a quick peek. It was immediately obvious that a full team was backing the production. There was a professional cameraman handling the shots, while Qin Guang focused solely on analyzing and hunting for clues. The production value alone could flatten Chen Ge like a bug. He couldn't really blame the guy. Qin Guang had clearly come prepared. 680,000 views. If I had that kind of traffic promoting my haunted house, the whole damn park would be packed the next day. Live streams and short videos were Chen Ge's only real form of advertising. In that sense, Qin Guang's featured spot offered a kind of blueprint. If I could ever reach his level of popularity, maybe the platform would finally throw some resources my way. Chen Ge, don't get ahead of yourself. Surviving tonight should be the priority. He exited Qin Guang's stream and launched his own. Out here in the countryside, his connection was garbage. The video feed was grainy, plagued with blackouts and lag. He couldn't even see the chat. My video quality might be trash compared to his. But the content? Mine's the real deal. Since he couldn't see the chat, Chen Ge had no way to interact with his viewers. After giving a brief introduction to Muyong High School, he stopped paying attention to the live stream and got back to exploring. He combed through the first floor of the dormitory but found nothing. So he moved on to the second. The female dormitory looks about the same as the male's. The rooms were cluttered with old textbooks and scattered trash. When the school shut down, no one had bothered to clean out the belongings. Chen Ge moved methodically, sweeping each room with his flashlight. As he reached the fourth bedroom on the second floor, he paused. Four chairs sat neatly in a row inside. On one of them rested several sheets of white paper and a ballpoint pen. The paper and pen look brand new. So they had to be placed here after the school was shut down. This was the second time Chen Ge had encountered this eerie pairing. The rusted lock on the door was practically ornamental. He jiggled it a few times and it fell away without resistance. As the door creaked open, a wave of moldy air slammed into him. Chen Ge covered his mouth and nose, stepping inside. He approached the chair and examined the papers. There were 4 sheets in total. The first one read, "When will I die?" The second, "How will I die?" The third, "Who will be the next to die?" The fourth was completely blank. The pen spirit game? Chen Ge ransacked the rest of the room, hoping to find something, anything, that might offer more context. But most of the items had long since rotted away, reclaimed by time and damp. With nothing to go on, he returned his focus to the white papers arranged at the center of the room. No one had ever managed to explain the pen spirit game in any definitive way. The scientific community generally attributed its effects to involuntary bodily responses, subtle tremors caused by breathing, heartbeat, and blood flow. An untrained person holding their arm in a fixed position for too long would eventually experience involuntary movement. It was a natural reaction, not the work of any so-called spirit. Chen Ge set his phone on the bed, adjusting the angle so both himself and the 4 chairs would be visible in the frame. Since I need to finish all 4 side missions at Muyong High School, might as well start with this one. He turned and gently closed the bedroom door behind him. Then he stood there, unmoving, hesitating for 4 full minutes before finally taking a seat and picking up the ballpoint pen. "Don't worry," he told himself, trying to push the tension from his shoulders. Chen Ge tucked the doll securely into his chest pocket. With his right hand gripping the pen and his left hand holding the mallet tight, he began the ritual known as the pen spirit game. He tried to recall every detail from the forum thread he'd read. Lifting his arm slightly, he aligned the pen so its tip rested lightly on the blank sheet of paper. Then he closed his eyes and began to chant. Pen spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you are with us, please draw a circle on the paper. After chanting, Chen Ge worked to steady his breathing. His arm hovered motionless over the paper, body frozen in place. Outside the window, the rain kept falling. The school, drenched in night, seemed to shift in ways too subtle to name. The moldy stench that had lingered in the room began to thin, replaced by a chill draft from no discernible source. One of the sheets of white paper lifted ever so slightly, stirred by the unseen breeze. Then, without warning, Chen Ge's eyes snapped open. Something had just grabbed his hand. He stared at his right hand, unblinking, while his left clenched tighter around the mallet. The moment anything went wrong, he would strike. Chapter 79. A chance to redeem yourself. A strange odor clung to the cramped girls' dorm room. Just beyond the flashlight's reach, a bedsheet fluttered, softly, almost imperceptibly, as if something underneath was trying to crawl out. Rain tapped at the window in uneven rhythms. A storm was building outside, but inside, the silence was suffocating. Chen Ge sat with his arms stretched over a sheet of white paper, trying, unsuccessfully, to relax. The moment he recited the incantation to summon the pen spirit, he felt a distinct pressure settle on the back of his hand, as though an invisible palm had pressed down against his own. Cold tingled at his skin, creeping from phantom fingertips that definitely didn't belong to him. Pen spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you are with us, please draw a circle on the paper. Chen Ge repeated the chant, and the cold on the back of his hand deepened, spreading like a slow poison. Yet, despite the growing chill, the pen in his grip stayed upright, motionless. The pen spirit refuses to answer my call? The air thickened, pressure closing in from all sides. The icy sensation crept up his arm, worming beneath his skin. Why do I feel like I'm no longer alone in here? Chen Ge narrowed his eyes, adjusting to the dark. Thanks to his yin-yang vision, the room sharpened in eerie clarity. 3 blurry figures loomed near, semi-translucent, their outstretched hands hovering just above his own, each one reaching for the pen clutched in his palm. 3 of you. Chen Ge's heart skipped a beat. He blinked, and the figures vanished. But that didn't mean they were gone. His hand, still clutched around the pen, felt like it had been plunged into ice water. The chill wasn't imagined. It was real. Tangible. There are at least 3 other hands gripping this pen with me. 3 individuals answered my call. Is this the effect of my specter's favored title? As he tried to make sense of it, the pen hovering above the paper gave the faintest twitch. Almost nothing. But Chen Ge felt it, an undeniable shift. Is it starting? The flashlight Chen Ge had set beside him flickered, its beam growing weaker by the second. In the dimming light, the pen in his hand began to move. Slowly, the tip dropped to the paper. It scraped softly across the surface, dragging with a deliberate, friction-laced motion. A red circle began to take form. Chen Ge hadn't moved a muscle, of that he was certain. But the drawing was there, plain and clear. He stared at it, thoughts drifting to the name of this particular side mission. The pen spirit who refused to leave. There are 3 taboos to the pen spirit game. 1. You mustn't ask about your cause of death. 2. You mustn't ask about your life expectancy. 3. You have to unbind the spirit when you're done. Break any of them, and something truly awful will follow. The 3rd taboo was the most dangerous of all. If the spirit wasn't unbound, it would linger, clinging to the summoner until it turned malevolent and slaughtered everyone involved. Hopefully, there's no accident, Chen Ge muttered, shifting his attention back to the sheet of white paper. The red circle sat neatly in the center. Looks like it heard me. Time to ask some questions. He hadn't come to tempt fate. He was just here to complete a mission from the Black Phone. No heroics. No pushing boundaries. No pissing off ghosts. It's rare to summon the pen spirit at all. After a brief pause, he asked the one question that weighed heaviest on his heart. Pen spirit, do you know where my parents are? During the bathtub nightmare mission, the people Chen Ge had longed to see most were his parents. But that wish had gone unanswered. Still, the absence of a reunion had revealed something crucial. They were alive. Missing, yes, but not gone. He truly wanted the answer to this question. But to his surprise, the moment he asked it, the pen in his hand began to tremble. A faint crack appeared along its body, like stress fracturing bone. That's not the reaction I expected. Is my question that difficult? 2 long minutes passed. The room seemed to brighten ever so slightly, unnaturally so. Then, without warning, the pen twitched again and began to move, drawing a second circle on the paper. What does that mean? Pass. Chen Ge stared at the 2 red circles on the paper. He could practically feel the pen spirit's hesitation. It didn't know the answer either. Weird. This makes it seem like my parents' disappearance is even more complicated than I thought. He sat in silence for a while. Aside from that one question, there wasn't anything else he truly needed to know. Fine. I'll just toss out something random and wrap this mission up. The cold creeping along his arm had reached his shoulder. The longer the game dragged on, the more numb he felt, like half his body was slowly slipping beyond his control. Then I shall switch to a different question. Pen spirit, can you please tell me who my future wife will be? The pen quivered. The flashlight flickered, stuttering like a faulty heartbeat. Something had arrived. The atmosphere shifted again, tense and electric. The window rattled against its hinges as rain began to seep through the frame. A bolt of lightning split the sky, and in that blinding instant, shadows stretched across the dormitory wall. Chen Ge's grip faltered. The pen moved on its own. Blood-red ink bloomed across the paper, forming the first character. Su. Is it Su Wan? It had been a throwaway question, but now Chen Ge was genuinely curious. The pen kept going, starting the second character, then stopped. What's going on? Chen Ge remained a passive observer. He wasn't applying any pressure, but the pen in his grip began to tremble violently. More cracks splintered across its surface. Bang! A chaotic clash of unseen forces erupted within the darkened room. The ballpoint pen finally gave way and split apart with a sharp crack. Something, or someone, had clearly lost that struggle. Then came the twist. The pen, still somehow moving, struck through the character Su, and began writing again. A new name emerged beside the crossed-out one. Zhong. Yeah. The name was so flawlessly written, so precise and deliberate, that Chen Ge was momentarily stunned. Pen Spirit, are you sure this is the name you meant to write from the beginning? There was no reply. The chill on Chen Ge's arm vanished without a trace. Pen Spirit, are you still with us? If you can hear me, please draw a circle. But the energy had completely faded. The air lightened. The dorm room returned to its mundane, unsettling quiet. It seemed the pen spirit had slipped away. No goodbye, no warning. Still, just to be safe, Chen Ge recited the closing chant. Pen Spirit, you are my spirit from my previous life, and I am your spirit in this life. If you wish to go, then please go ahead. Chen Ge rose from the chair. The game was over. As soon as he let go, the ballpoint pen crumbled into several broken segments. Pathetic. Lifeless. The aftermath of a quiet war. My game of pen spirit sure doesn't play like everyone else's. He reached for his phone, and blinked. His live stream had blown past 20,000 views. A new personal record. Chapter 80. The fifth cubicle in the toilet. When did the views pass 20,000? At the start of the live stream, there had only been 10 people in the room. Chen Ge lifted his phone toward the ceiling, but the signal remained stubbornly weak. The chat lagged like it was crawling through molasses. 1 second, not a single comment would load. The next, a tidal wave of messages slammed through all at once. He could barely make sense of any of it. 20,000 views but fewer than 5,000 followers? That ratio's pathetic. Chen Ge used his phone to snap a few shots of the scattered paper scraps from the pen spirit game. Then he angled the camera toward the broken ballpoint pen, still perched like a crime scene centerpiece on the chair. Dear viewers, do you see this? I played the pen spirit game so hard. The pen committed suicide. Aren't you going to follow me now? Do you even realize how much I'm risking just being here? I'm a no-name streamer, no gear, no crew. Just me, flying solo on a tightrope over the unknown. I get it. My setup's garbage and I can't even keep up with the chat lag. But what I can give you is the real thing. Raw, unfiltered supernatural encounters. No scripts. No actors. One-of-kind horror you can't fake. As the speech wrapped, his follower count began to climb. For Chen Ge, this was just another task from the black phone. But for the audience, it hit differently, especially when compared to Qin Guang's overproduced stream. Sure, Chen Ge lacked the gear, but what he delivered couldn't be manufactured. Real danger and real spectacle. The secret to a successful live stream. Freshness and creativity. Nothing else mattered. Qin Guang's crew leaned hard on pre-written scripts and even cast an actor to play the spook. But no matter how convincing the performance, it always came off staged. Chen Ge's stream, on the other hand, was chaos incarnate, unscripted, unpredictable. Even he had no idea what would happen next. Thank you for your support. That was the pen spirit game. Please, don't try this at home. Alright, let's move on to the next location. Watching his popularity continue to rise, Chen Ge grinned. Since I have to finish these missions from the black phone anyway, might as well milk them for followers. I wonder what's happening in the chat room. Still, the spike in popularity was promising. At least the risk of coming here tonight wasn't for nothing. The smooth completion of his first side mission gave Chen Ge a welcome surge of confidence. He slipped on his raincoat and exited the dormitory. He'd squeezed every drop of use out of that location. No reason to linger. 3 side missions remained: the sealed classroom, the deep well, and the 5th cubicle in the toilet. The last one likely referred to a restroom in the education block. Chen Ge had already checked the dorm toilets, only 4 cubicles each. If the office building shared the same layout, then that ruled it out. Which meant the education block was the only viable match for the mission description. Chen Ge glanced at his phone. He'd arrived at Muyong High School at 8 p.m. Technically, the pen spirit game shouldn't have taken long, but somehow it was already pushing 9. 3 hours until midnight. 1 hour per mission. Should be doable. His plan was simple: knock out the remaining side missions, then find a quiet corner to hole up in until dawn. As he approached the education block again, an unsettling sensation crawled over him. It didn't feel like a building anymore. It felt like a massive coffin, stuffed full of corpses just waiting to wake up. The side mission didn't specify which toilet. The education block had 3 floors, which meant the target could be on any of them. Chen Ge switched on his flashlight and stepped inside. Passing through the darkened classrooms made his skin crawl. Don't turn around, he warned himself. If I do, I'll see something that's not supposed to be there. He kept his head down and made a beeline for the 1st floor restroom at the end of the corridor. This section of the building had been spared from the fire. The interior looked frozen in time: cracked floor tiles, weeds sprouting from the seams, and a large brownish stain smeared across the wall. The single window creaked on its hinges, groaning like a dying breath. Focus on the mission. There's no time to waste. All the toilets in the education block had 6 cubicles. Years of abandonment had taken their toll. Most of the doors hung broken or were missing entirely, letting Chen Ge peer inside without needing to open them. Gripping his mallet, he moved past the first 4 cubicles. Nothing out of the ordinary. But the 5th and 6th doors were different, both firmly shut. He gave the 5th one a gentle push and stiffened. Locked. Locked. Then the 6th. Also locked. That doesn't make sense. Restroom doors only lock from the inside, which usually means someone's in there. But this school had been deserted for 3 years. Even if something's inside those stalls, it sure as hell isn't human. Either way, I'd better take a closer look. Chen Ge slammed his mallet into the 6th cubicle door. It crashed open with a splintering snap. Before he could even react, several dark shapes lunged out at him. What the hell? He stumbled back, raising his mallet. A beam from his flashlight caught the culprits, and he let out a sharp exhale. Just a pile of old cleaning equipment. Mops, brooms, a tipped-over bucket. Seriously? Embarrassed by the scare, Chen Ge gathered the fallen tools and shoved them back inside. He checked the 5th cubicle next. Same story. Nothing but janitorial leftovers. So much for the 1st floor. All 6 stalls were ordinary, which meant the mission target was still waiting, somewhere above. He stepped out of the restroom, glancing back over his shoulder. The cubicle doors creaked softly behind him, as if waving goodbye. That creaking would make a killer effect in the haunted house. Chen Ge filed the idea away for future use and started up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The layout was identical to the 1st floor restroom, but here, the window had been boarded shut. The moment he stepped inside, an oppressive weight pressed down on him. This has to be the place. Maybe it was the sealed window, but the room felt unervingly intact, almost untouched by time. It looked nearly the same as it had years ago. He approached the 1st cubicle, hand outstretched, then froze. Footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Rain lashed the windows, masking the sound, but something about the rhythm caught his ear. Is someone running out there? Chen Ge slipped into a corner of the restroom and raised his mallet, ready to strike if anyone, or anything, charged through the door. But nothing came. As midnight creeps closer, this place is starting to change. Like it's waking up. I need to move faster. Shaking off the hesitation, he strode down the row and flung open the first 4 cubicle doors in rapid succession. All empty. Then he stopped in front of the 5th. The footsteps returned, clearer this time. Not one set. 2. The mission description mentioned a red shadow appearing at midnight. Was that it? Chapter 81. Children. The mission was written in the first person, claiming that someone had hidden in the 5th cubicle to capture the red shadow that appeared at midnight. What happened after that, however, remained a mystery, leaving Chen Ge's imagination far too much room to wander. He switched off his flashlight and thought, the mission says a red shadow will appear in the toilet at midnight, but the footsteps clearly suggest 2 people walking side by side. Has the red shadow made a new friend after all these years stuck in this abandoned school? The footsteps crept closer to the 2nd floor restroom. According to the mission's instructions, Chen Ge was supposed to hide inside the 5th cubicle, but that felt like a death trap. He'd be cornering himself with no real escape. Maybe I should be more proactive. Chen Ge slipped behind the toilet door, gripping the mallet tightly. Whoever it was, ghost, human, or something in between, he planned to greet them with a blow to the head. He took a deep breath, held it, and raised the mallet overhead. The footsteps grew louder, faster. 2 individuals, running side by side. They were nearly at the 2nd floor bathroom. The waiting gnawed at him. Torture, plain and simple. He didn't know what was out there, or what they might do. All he could do was melt into the silence. Seconds passed. Then the footsteps stopped, just outside the entrance to the toilet. Here they come. Chen Ge's grip on the mallet was slick with sweat, his heart thundering at a pace that felt unsustainable. Outside, the storm raged on, the rain seeping in through the broken windows and puddling across the grimy tile floor. Where are they? He glanced over his shoulder, half expecting a face, or something worse, to be looming just inches away. Nothing. The emptiness was starting to fray his nerves. He reached for the doorknob, slowly, preparing to peek outside. Then a jagged bolt of lightning slashed through the sky. In the brief burst of light, 2 shadows flickered across the wet toilet floor, motionless, standing right at the entrance. They're standing at the entrance. Chen Ge froze. The flashlight was still off. Darkness swallowed the room whole. The shadows had been short, child-sized. He didn't dare lower his guard. Several tense seconds passed before the footsteps started again, but instead of entering the bathroom, they veered off, descending the staircase beside it to the 1st floor. They're leaving? Just like that. Chen Ge crept out from behind the door, careful not to make a sound. He turned toward the entrance. Nothing. Whatever had stood there moments ago, if it had stood there, was gone. They felt like children. 2 of them. That doesn't match the red shadow the black phone described. Has too much time passed since the last encounter? Or did I throw the whole thing off by getting here early? Chen Ge couldn't make sense of it. He switched the flashlight back on and moved toward the 5th cubicle. Whatever the truth was, he still needed to check the stall, see if it matched the mission details. He opened the door. Old, dusty, but otherwise completely normal. Given everything so far, the real mission site must be the 3rd floor toilet. The 2 childlike figures had gone downstairs. Perfect. Now was his chance. He turned to leave, but just as he reached the threshold, his phone buzzed in his pocket. An unknown caller. Who's this? Chen Ge didn't have many contacts, and the few he did have rarely called. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the corner and exited the live stream. Hello. Are you Shui Air's classmate? I heard you encountered a strange boy, One new suspect may be suffering from a psychological issue. The voice on the other end carried weight. Calm, assured, confident. I did. And you are. I'm Shue's father. Ah. Hisan had mentioned passing along Chen Ge's number. Efficient guy, Chen Ge thought. Would you mind telling me more about the boy? Psychological illness is like venom in the body. Leave it untreated, and it can destroy someone's future. Gao Rushue's father clearly wasn't unfamiliar with the terrain. In his view, mental illness was often more insidious and dangerous than physical disease. There's this boy, 7 or 8, physically healthy, but he's completely withdrawn from the world. He won't interact with anyone, and he's afraid of sunlight. Any other symptoms? Please be as detailed as possible. I met him at the entrance of a haunted house attraction. His aunt told me he likes spending time inside them. Thing is, he doesn't react the way a normal kid would. No fear, no anxiety. None of the typical emotions you'd expect. It's like, he's more comfortable in the dark than he is under sunlight. Chen Ge paused, voicing the theory that had taken shape in his mind. It felt like the darker the place, the safer he felt. As if shadows gave him a sense of security. If he hadn't seen the boy for himself, Chen Ge wouldn't have believed such a strange kid existed. A boy that age who enjoys haunted houses? And doesn't feel afraid. Yes. He even seemed fascinated by one of the actors in corpse makeup. A pause stretched across the line. If it's purely a lack of fear, it might be autism, specifically, damage to the amygdala. I'm sorry, I don't quite follow. The amygdala's part of the central nervous system. It processes memory, controls emotional responses. Rage, fear. All of it. If the amygdala's damaged, even staring down a lion or a venomous snake wouldn't provoke fear. A haunted house? Nothing. Gao Rushue's father made a valid point, but something still didn't sit right with Chen Ge. Dr. Gao, it's not that the boy isn't afraid of anything. He's afraid of sunlight. He avoids walking under it whenever he can. And it's not just that he wasn't scared inside the haunted house. He actually liked it. It was like he became a different person the moment he stepped inside. Chen Ge paused, replaying the encounter in his mind. Outside, he was silent. Shut down. He wouldn't talk to anyone. But once he was inside, he was animated, alive. When it came time to leave, he refused. Violently. I saw him injure his aunt with my own eyes. Based on what you've described, it might also point to bipolar disorder, Dr. Gao said thoughtfully. Highly destructive and irrational when provoked, but deeply withdrawn, almost isolated, when depressed. He paused, then added, but one thing doesn't line up. Bipolar disorder isn't typically tied to a single, consistent trigger. Patients can shift at any time, randomly. In this case, the boy's change is clearly tied to one environment. The haunted house. That suggests the root cause might also be connected to a haunted house. Was he traumatized in one as a child? Or maybe, did one of his parents work in a haunted house? As Gao Rushue's father spoke, a thought began to form in Chen Ge's mind, a chilling hypothesis he hadn't dared articulate until now. The boy's shift in personality only happens inside my haunted house, and the one thing that sets my haunted house apart from the rest is that mine is actually haunted. Chapter 82. The Only Witness. Fan Yu likes to visit haunted houses because he likes the company of ghosts. Chen Ge arrived at the unlikely conclusion after listening to all of Dr. Gao's reasoning. I don't dare diagnose this patient so easily. If you have time, you can bring him to see me. Dr. Gao hadn't encountered such a case before, and his curiosity was piqued. Psychological illnesses are very complicated, and there are too many uncertainties to their causes. It could be related to the boy's living environment, personal trauma, or even genetic inheritance. Chen Ge didn't respond. The moment he landed on the idea that Fan Yu liked the company of ghosts, a far more disturbing thought crept into his mind. He peeled open his raincoat and pulled Fan Yu's drawing from his pocket. The black house and the red little humans. Before arriving at Muyong High School, Chen Ge had assumed the drawing referred to one of the school's buildings, but none of them matched. If anything, the squat, dilapidated room shared by Fan Yu and his aunt bore a far closer resemblance. If Fan Yu is really drawing the house he lives in, and these red people, even the hairs on Chen Ge's arms stood on end. Fan Yu's house is filled with ghosts. He flashed back to that morning's visit. Fan Yu's aunt had been clearly on edge, while the boy had locked himself inside his bedroom, door and window sealed shut, head down, utterly absorbed in his drawing. Every time, Fan Yu used only two colors, red and black. Every drawing featured the same black house and red figures, but each version contained subtle differences. Chen Ge's lips lost their color. He distinctly remembered, the positions of the red figures changed in every single drawing. He had originally dismissed it as random scribbles, but in hindsight, they mapped the things moving inside the house. Fan Yu can see them? Chen Ge drew in a sharp breath. More moments from Fan Yu's visit to his haunted house began resurfacing. While Chen Ge spoke to the boy, the child kept glancing behind him, specifically at his shadow. Fan Yu had spoken only 2 sentences inside the haunted house, and both were directed at Chen Ge. At the time, Chen Ge had assumed the boy simply liked him. But now, he saw it differently. He sees me as a kindred spirit. No wonder the kid feared sunlight and found comfort in haunted attractions. His entire perception of reality was warped. Chen Ge gripped his phone tighter. He didn't yet understand why Fan Yu had turned out this way, but the boy's odd behaviors, combined with the woman's testimony, had led him to a deeply unsettling speculation. On a similarly rainy night, years ago, the boy had vanished. Tragedy struck soon after. His parents disappeared while searching for him. To kill 2 grown adults and conceal both their bodies and the crime scene on a stormy night. That kind of act required meticulous planning and grim expertise. But from another angle, a question clawed its way to the surface. If someone had truly intended to harm Fan Yu's parents, and had the skill to erase every trace, why would they leave Fan Yu alive? When his aunt told him that his parents had gone to heaven, Fan Yu had stared intently into the well, because he believed heaven was inside it. That meant he knew. He knew his parents' bodies were down there. He had seen everything. He was a witness. Which raised the most disturbing question of all. If he'd witnessed the crime, why had the killer let him live? Chen Ge narrowed his eyes as a cold chill snaked through his spine. Unless the killer knew the boy. Or was the boy himself? Either possibility turned Chen Ge's blood to ice. The aunt was also a prime suspect. Her story was riddled with holes. When she'd gone into the kitchen to pour him a glass of water, she'd taken far too long. Then, oddly persistent, she kept reminding Chen Ge to drink it. During the conversation. Even as he was leaving. At the time, Chen Ge had been too focused on his mission to question her kindness. But looking back now, he couldn't shake the suspicion. Something had been done to that glass of water. If the aunt had killed Fan Yu's parents, what was her motive? The woman doted on Fan Yu, pampered him even. She had beauty, though she didn't seem to care much for appearances. It was clear she struggled to raise the boy alone. And yet, she spared no expense taking him to doctor after doctor. She'd put her entire life on hold for his sake. Would someone like that really be a killer? Truth be told, the slender woman had left a decent impression on Chen Ge. He'd thought of her as independent and strong. But if she wasn't the killer, then the next prime suspect was the boy himself. He was the crime's only witness and sole survivor. Chen Ge hadn't suspected him at first. He's just a child, he'd thought. But after uncovering the truth behind those eerie drawings, Chen Ge realized he'd severely underestimated Fan Yu. The boy had a unique gaze, and his only companions were ghosts. Not only was he unafraid of them, he lived among them. Thrived. Even. Chen Ge couldn't shake the feeling that Fan Yu might not just see ghosts, he might be able to control them. It would sound absurd to anyone else. But not to Chen Ge. Not to someone who was the specter's favored. Still, if the boy was the killer, what was his motive? That was the question that stumped him. Neither Fan Yu nor his aunt had any clear reason to murder their own family. What really happened that day? Fan Yu's parents had ended up at the bottom of the well behind Muyong High School. But why there, of all places? As Chen Ge slipped the drawing back into his pocket, he suddenly realized the call was still connected. He quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, my attention was elsewhere." "No worries," Dr. Gao replied calmly. "I was just flipping through the journals to learn more about the patient. In fact, I'm really interested in his case. Do you mind bringing him to see me when there's an opportunity?" Gao Rushue's father hadn't hung up. He'd waited patiently. "Of course. Should the opportunity arise, we'll definitely visit you." "Thank you. This number is my personal line, so call me when you're coming. Lastly, I have something to remind you." Dr. Gao's voice wavered slightly, as though he were debating whether to speak at all. "What is it?" Chen Ge welcomed any advice from the kind doctor. "The way to treat a patient is with plenty of patience," Dr. Gao said, measured. "But it's undeniable. Serious patients carry a certain degree of threat. When you're in their company, please remember, don't provoke them." Chapter 83. How do I complete the mission? For the sake of the child's future recovery and your personal safety, please be careful. "I understand." After hanging up, Chen Ge leaned against the bathroom wall. His mind was a clotted mess. If the killer wasn't Fan Yu, then it had to be his aunt. They were the prime suspects, yet also the victim's closest family. In any case, Fan Yu's aunt is definitely hiding something from me. Something else must have happened that rainy night years ago. Family becoming the murderer, this was the kind of twisted puzzle that stumped even him. The crime scene was Muyong High School. Maybe I'll find some answers here. Chen Ge reopened the live stream. The chat was still lagging, but at least the footage had sharpened. After a quick apology to his viewers, he stepped out of the second-floor bathroom with his mallet in hand. At the threshold, he swept his flashlight across the floor. No footprints. Nothing. I definitely heard footsteps when I was hiding behind that door. They stopped right outside. But no prints? That could only mean one thing. Whatever made those sounds wasn't human. He glanced down the stairwell. The last he'd heard, those phantom steps had gone that way, descending. Chen Ge wasn't sure whether the footsteps belonged to the red shadow mentioned in the mission. But for now, survival took priority. Better to steer clear. Brandishing his flashlight, he headed toward the third floor. But just as he reached the landing between the second and third floors, the footsteps returned, louder this time, echoing faintly in his ears. They were coming from the first floor. Two people, side by side, were heading upstairs. Did they spot me? Chen Ge immediately switched off his flashlight, pressed his back to the wall, and fixed his gaze on the stairwell's mouth. The footsteps didn't stop. They reached the second floor. They're heading into the bathroom? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than he heard it. Cubicle doors opening, one after another, just beside him. The cubicle doors opened one after another. 6 distinct creaks in total. It sounded like someone, or something, was checking each stall. Chen Ge crept closer to the railing and cautiously tilted his head, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was happening down on the second floor. Then, silence. The last door stopped moving, and so did the footsteps. As if none of it had ever happened. He waited 5 minutes on the stairs. Still nothing. No sounds. No movement. The lack of footsteps means they're still in there. The walking spirits must have holed up in the stalls, waiting to ambush me. Chen Ge had a strong heart, sure, but that didn't mean he was fearless. A sudden jump scare from inside a toilet cubicle? Yeah, that would do it. If the spirits holed up in the second-floor bathroom, then this is my shot to check the third. Chen Ge didn't switch on his flashlight. No need. The Yin-Yang vision, a reward from completing a nightmare mission, wasn't quite as magical as the black phone had hyped it up to be, but it did enhance his night vision well beyond the norm. Outside, thunder cracked across the sky in fits and bursts, illuminating his path with jagged flashes of pale light. Each one gave him a glimpse of his surroundings, and with each glimpse, a growing sense of unease. What if the next flash shows me something I'd rather not see? At the third-floor bathroom entrance, Chen Ge glanced left, then right. Nothing. No movement. No shadows. No signs of life, or death. Satisfied, he stepped inside. The third-floor bathroom was even stranger than the ones below. The window had been boarded shut, the walls eerily unstained. It looked less like a disused facility and more like a place that had never seen use at all, as if it had been abandoned long before the school itself was shuttered. All 6 cubicles were closed. The sight gave Chen Ge an immediate chill, like each stall was hiding something awful, just waiting for him to come knocking. The 5th and 6th stalls on the first floor had been used as storage rooms. Maybe that's what's going on here too? He approached the first cubicle and leaned toward the door. Silence. No ghostly sobs. No childlike laughter. No twisted surprises. Yet. Then, taking it a step further, he dropped to one knee and peered through the gap beneath the door. Empty. No mops. No brooms. No severed limbs. No feet dangling ominously. Just a regular cubicle. Chen Ge gave the door a push. It opened with ease. The stall was spotless. If not for the thin coat of dust on every surface, he might have believed someone still cleaned it daily. The whole education block looks like it went up in flames. But this bathroom? No scorch marks. Nothing. Just like that classroom on the first floor. That parallel caught his attention. This has to be the mission site. He methodically pushed open the other cubicles, one after another, until he reached the 5th. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Is there something nasty waiting behind that door? Chen Ge tapped the doll tucked inside his shirt pocket for luck, then raised the mallet and shoved the door open. The door swung open, and Chen Ge instinctively stumbled back. Eyes. Dozens of them. Maybe hundreds. Drawn across every inch of the 5th cubicle. Walls, door, partitions. All of it covered in eyes roughly the size of actual human ones. Before opening the stall, Chen Ge had mentally braced for the usual horror show suspects. A pale-faced girl, a blood-soaked madman, maybe some twisted monster. But this he hadn't seen coming. Why the hell are there so many eyes on the walls? A cold shiver crept down his spine. He could almost feel them watching him, every sketched eye silently tracking his every move. His legs started to tremble as he stood frozen outside the cubicle, because if it felt this bad from the outside, he didn't want to imagine what it'd be like inside. Who the hell did this, and why? The eyes didn't just stare, they peeked, like they were waiting for someone to sit down and let their guard drop. Shuddering, Chen Ge slammed the door shut again. Even if they were just drawings, being watched by that many eyes was deeply, profoundly unsettling. Okay. I've found the mission venue. Great. But what now? Am I supposed to hide inside that stall, with all those eyes, until the red shadow shows up? Seriously? That's asking a bit much, even for me. He stood there for a long moment, staring at the 5th cubicle. Then, with a quiet sigh, he turned to the 6th. Inside, he found the same eerie motif, more eyes. But unlike the previous stall, the eyes here were only scrawled across the wall and partition shared with the 5th cubicle. The other sides were blank. Clean. Almost. Untouched. Chapter 84. It's time. Chen Ge was unsettled by the single painted wall in the 6th cubicle. He stepped back into the 4th, just to be sure. And yes, it was clean. No doodles. Could this just be some prank pulled by students? But then, why the 5th cubicle? It wasn't the first or the last. To get to the bottom of it, Chen Ge returned to the 6th cubicle. He hesitated on the threshold. The water pipes ran through this one, narrowing the space more than the others. There's nothing here worth noting. His gaze drifted to the painted eyes watching from the wall. Do I need to enter the 5th cubicle for the mission to progress? He raised his finger and lightly touched one of the eyes. They look scary, but they're just drawings. He stared at the wall, locked in a silent standoff with the dozens of painted eyes. The 4th cubicle was clean, normal. The drawings were only on the 5th and 6th cubicles. This partition stood out, covered with eyes on both sides. Something clicked. Slowly, Chen Ge ran his finger over each painted eye. When he reached one near his knees, his expression shifted. It's just as I thought. He squatted down and flicked on his flashlight. Beneath his fingertip was a tiny peephole, the size of a human pupil. A small hole had been gouged into the wall, so well hidden in the corner, and so precisely sized, it blended almost perfectly with the painted eyes. All the other eyes were just a cover, meant to conceal this one. As Chen Ge stared at the peephole in the wall, a cold unease settled over him. The hole connected the 5th and 6th cubicles. Someone had used this to spy on whoever was inside the 5th cubicle. Of all the eyes staring from the walls, one of them was actually real. The 6th cubicle housed the building's water pipes. As long as the voyeur climbed up and stayed among them, they'd be invisible, even if someone checked beneath the door. Whoever it was had planned this out to the smallest detail. The thought of being watched from the shadows made Chen Ge's skin crawl. According to the mission description, the person hiding in the 5th cubicle was the victim of the peeping Tom, which could mean the red shadow. Now that the secret of the 5th cubicle's out, how do I complete the mission? Do I have to sit inside it and let the red shadow spy on me? Chen Ge swung the mallet through the air. If that was how it had to go down, he was fully prepared to smash the red shadow's eye blind. Just as he was piecing it together, the sound of footsteps echoed again in the corridor. This time faster, sharper, barreling toward the 3rd floor. What's happening? The footsteps were far more urgent than before. Is it because I opened the 5th cubicle? But no, I opened it much earlier. So why now? Why are they rushing up now? Before he could come up with an answer, the footsteps had already reached the 3rd floor. Chen Ge was still in the 6th cubicle. His only option now was to slip inside and quietly close the door behind him. The moment he did, the footsteps entered the 3rd floor bathroom. Finally. The time has come. He switched off his flashlight and raised the mallet, ready for whatever came next. But what happened completely caught him off guard. The figure didn't check the stalls one by one. Instead, it went straight to the 5th cubicle. The door next to him creaked shut. And then, silence. They're right beside me. But isn't the order off? According to the mission's instructions, I'm supposed to be the one inside the 5th cubicle. Right. The silence lingered. Whoever had entered the 5th cubicle made no further noise. After 10 long minutes, Chen Ge's curiosity about the person next door began to outweigh his caution. He glanced at the peephole in the wall, then squatted down and leaned toward it. The black hole seemed to hum with a quiet pull, like it was calling him closer. But instead of a bloodshot eye or the shadowy figure he expected, Chen Ge saw something else entirely. 2 children, maybe 3 or 4 years old. A boy and a girl, crouched beside the toilet, clutching each other's hands. Their faces were full of worry. Shouldn't it be a red shadow? He blinked, then drew back from the wall. Where did those kids come from? They didn't look frightening. Not even close. Another side mission had mentioned a brother and sister near the well. And that deep well was connected to Fanyu. Could these 2 kids be the aunt's son and daughter? But why here? And why now? They looked like they were hiding. Like something was chasing them. Questions started to pile up in his mind. Chen Ge's grip tightened around the mallet. If his opponents were just 2 frightened children, he wasn't worried. He could handle that. Still. I should wait a little longer. I have a feeling things aren't that simple. The night deepened. Suddenly, the silence on the 3rd floor shattered. Another set of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Chen Ge cracked the cubicle door open just a sliver and peered out. The footsteps reached the entrance to the bathroom, and there it was. A faded red shadow stretched across the tiles, cast by something just out of sight. It's finally here. Chen Ge's mission target had finally arrived. He didn't dare breathe, eyes fixed on the door. The footsteps grew louder, closer. The red shadow had entered the third-floor bathroom. Creak. The door to the first cubicle opened. A blurry red shape leaned its head inside. It lingered. Too long. Then it moved to the second cubicle. This was the first time in Chen Ge's life that the sound of a door opening made his teeth clench. Second. Third. Fourth. Each door opened with that same agonizing slowness. Then the red shadow stopped, right in front of the fifth cubicle. Chen Ge's body coiled tight, like a spring ready to snap. If he'd followed the mission's instructions, he would have been the one inside the fifth cubicle right now. And whatever the red shadow was about to do, would have happened to him. In the silent, pitch-dark restroom, the red shadow reached for the fifth cubicle door and slowly pulled it open. The room seemed to dim even further. From the next stall, children's laughter and crying rose softly into the air. The red shadow stood at the threshold, but didn't enter. It paused, glanced left, then right, then drifted toward the final cubicle. Chapter 85. I Should Be Afraid. From the sliver of the door left ajar, Chen Ge spotted the red shadow halting before the sixth cubicle. Only a thin partition separated them. Time thickened, each second dragging like it knew what was coming. The red shadow leaned toward the door. At the same moment, Chen Ge raised his mallet. He watched, breath held, as it made contact. The door creaked open with agonizing slowness, and every muscle in his body locked into place. It didn't wait for the hinges. Even before the door fully opened, the shadow began to phase straight through it. Instinct kicked in. Chen Ge swung the mallet hard, no hesitation, and in the same breath, he launched a brutal kick at the door. Bang! The decrepit cubicle door didn't stand a chance. It tore off its hinges and slammed into the red shadow, which barely had time to flinch. The entity hadn't seen it coming. Its form wavered, blurring like smoke in a storm, and it tumbled across the floor before fleeing the restroom. Chen Ge gasped, dragging in breath like someone who'd forgotten how to breathe. He'd braced for a savage brawl, but the thing had crumbled faster than expected. Did it forget it's a ghost? Still gripping the mallet with white-knuckled resolve, he stayed on edge. No time to gloat. As the last echo of the red shadow's retreat faded down the corridor, a new sound crept in. Children crying, soft and broken, seeping from the fifth cubicle. The two kids, presumably the woman's children, were still inside. Stop crying. It was a classic horror trope, the eerie weeping of children echoing from a bathroom stall. But instead of dialing up the dread, Chen Ge's barked command shut it down cold. He stormed over and blocked the entrance to the fifth cubicle. The two kids inside clamped their hands over their mouths, eyes wide and faces ghost-pale with fear. Why are you two acting like the victims? Still high on adrenaline, Chen Ge's voice came out too sharp, too loud. The mallet in his grip didn't help. The children recoiled, clutching each other as they scrambled out, half crawling, half stumbling in blind panic. Was that too harsh? The two children could very well be Fan Yu's brother and sister. Whether it had to do with the Deep Well mission or the mystery surrounding Fan Yu's missing parents, Chen Ge had no choice. He had to follow them. The kids ran fast. Startlingly fast. Chen Ge kept pace, chasing them out of the education block and into the adjacent office building. He was only a few steps behind when they reached the second floor, and then they vanished. Where the hell did they go? This building looked nothing like the others at Muyong High School. It had been spared from the fire, and compared to the scorched ruins he'd seen so far, it was practically pristine. Chen Ge picked a door at random and pushed it open. The room beyond was quiet. 2 desks. A dusty bookshelf. A flower pot perched on the windowsill, still miraculously upright. They'd vanished in the blink of an eye. Where could they be hiding? Chen Ge stepped farther into the room, eyes scanning for movement, and spotted a faded plaque on the floor. Mathematics. This tiny room was the math department? Then it clicked. Muyong High School hadn't had many students. A single room would have sufficed. Fewer students also meant fewer teachers. This space probably doubled as the math teacher's office. He gave the place a cursory sweep, letting his instincts guide him. One of the desk drawers stuck slightly when he pulled it open, but inside, he found a small, rotting school bag. Cartoon characters smiled faintly from its mildewed fabric. Chen Ge set it on the table and unzipped it. Inside, a cartoon coloring book and a crayon box. Why would these be in a math teacher's office? The contents of the bag clearly weren't meant for high schoolers. Chen Ge figured it must have belonged to the teacher's child, left behind and forgotten, or maybe abandoned for a reason. He opened the crayon box and froze. Every color was present, except red and black. That immediately triggered a connection. Fan Yu. He flipped through the coloring book, and his suspicion solidified. Every single page featured the same unsettling image. A black house with two small human figures colored in red. All the drawings shared the same background, a looming black house, but the red figures shifted positions with each page, as if they were moving through some silent, sinister timeline. Chen Ge reached into his pocket and pulled out Fan Yu's drawing, laying it beside the coloring book. He inhaled sharply. The style hasn't changed. Not even after all these years. There was plenty to glean from this discovery. The moldy school bag, the spiderwebs thick in the drawer, it all pointed to one thing. This had been hidden away long before Muyong High School shut down, which meant the boy had been drawing ghosts from a very young age. His eyes have probably always seen what others couldn't. And if the black house in those pictures was his real home, then for years now, two ghosts had been living there with him. Connecting the dots, his own observations and the aunt's testimony, Chen Ge was almost certain now, the two ghosts were her children. They'd lived together long enough. She must know Fan Yu sees things the rest of us can't. Chen Ge studied the red and black drawings again. That's why she brought him to the haunted house so willingly. She's not just indulging him, she's trying to comfort herself. Loving one child in place of three. The school bag's sudden reappearance revealed something else, too. This room had likely belonged to Fan Yu's father, the mathematics teacher at Muyong High School. From his earlier conversation with Fan Yu's aunt, Chen Ge already knew the father had been dismissed from another school due to drinking. She'd mentioned that no other schools would take him afterward. Muyong High had been his last resort. But that detail gnawed at Chen Ge. What exactly did he do while drunk that got him blacklisted across an entire school district? What line did he cross that even the more desperate schools wouldn't touch him? He'd wanted to press the question back then, but the moment had slipped away, derailed when the aunt produced that strange, unsettling photo. What kind of man was Fan Yu's father, really? Chen Ge tapped the mallet against the table, lost in thought. He resumed searching the room, eyes flicking over the shelves, until something caught his attention. Tucked inside an abandoned book were several folded notes, yellowed and brittle with age. He unfolded them one by one. Teacher Fan, we know what you did in the 6th cubicle of the 3rd floor's female toilets. We demand that you apologize to the girl immediately. And get out of this school. You have 2 nights to come to a decision. We want an open apology. This is your last night. If you insist on staying at this school, then you shall stay here forever. Chapter 86. The Last Classroom. The Peeping Tom is Fan Yu's father. Chen Ge never would have imagined that, not in 1,000 guesses, if he hadn't read the paper notes himself. Looks like I was right. Fan Yu's aunt has been hiding something crucial from me. Back when he was trying to deduce the killer, he'd been missing a critical piece of the puzzle: motive. Now, the notes had opened up a whole new line of inquiry. There were 3 notes, each one in a different handwriting. That meant at least 3 people had known about Teacher Fan's filthy little secret. Chen Ge hadn't touched the notes inside the book. The paper was brittle, thinned out by time, and he didn't want to risk damaging the evidence. It might be fragile, but it was key. The handwriting on the paper was surprisingly clear. Teacher Fan had probably kept the 3 notes in hopes of tracking down the students by comparing their handwriting. Muyong High School was small, after all, tight-knit and easy to scan. As a staff member, 3 days would have been more than enough time to sift through every student's penmanship. Chen Ge committed the notes to memory. Truth be told, he was curious. How had the 3 students even discovered the secret of the cubicle? Were they all victims? That didn't quite fit, especially judging by the tone of the notes. The last one stood out in particular. If you insist on staying at this school, then you shall stay here forever. That definitely didn't sound like something a victim would write. The message behind the 3 notes was crystal clear, but the demand? It struck Chen Ge as embarrassingly juvenile. If you wanted to deal with someone like Fan Yu's father, you'd go to the police. You didn't scribble down ultimatums and beg for a public apology like this was some kind of after-school drama. If anything, dragging the incident into the light might have only made things worse. More trauma, more damage, more ghosts that don't sleep. The notes did read like they were written by students. But could those same students have been the ones who tossed Teacher Fan into the well? Chen Ge had the motive lined up, but the timeline refused to cooperate. 2 adults had disappeared that night. And managing to kill both and make the bodies vanish without a trace? That didn't sound like the work of a few half-grown kids. I must have missed something. Chen Ge tried to shift his perspective. Look at this whole mess through Teacher Fan's eyes. A public apology. Out of the question. If the truth got out, his life would be wrecked. He already had a record before coming to Muyong High School, and getting caught again meant serious time. Repeat offender. No more second chances. Fan Yu's father knew exactly what was at stake. That's why he'd held on to the notes. He'd probably planned to sniff out the students who threatened him and handle the situation himself. Quietly, permanently. But judging by how things ended, those 3 days of hunting had come up empty. Here's the conclusion so far. The 3 notes came from different students, different handwriting, different voices. But even after comparing samples from every kid in the school, Fan Yu's father had come up with nothing. These students had discovered the secret of the 6th cubicle. And instead of going to the police, they'd chosen the most reckless, least effective option, threatening Teacher Fan directly. And in the end, the warning in that final note had come true. None of it made sense. 3 students who left no trace, somehow uncovered Teacher Fan's voyeuristic secret, delivered a threat, and when ignored, made him disappear without a sound? That kind of person doesn't exist. Not in the real world. Still, Chen Ge wasn't empty-handed. He already had a solid idea of who the killer might be, even if he wasn't completely sure yet. The notes also mentioned a girl, someone they wanted Fan Yu's father to apologize to. If I can find her, then a lot of this might start making sense. After recording everything with his camera, Chen Ge shut the book and placed it back exactly where he'd found it. If I hadn't stayed to check those drawers, I never would have found the notes hidden in the book. Just goes to show, solving any mystery always starts with the smallest details. He left the mathematics room and swept through the other classrooms, but came up empty. It's already 10:30 p.m. At this rate, I won't have time to finish the other 2 side missions if I keep dragging my feet. Chen Ge stepped out of the office, flashlight in hand, and started combing the school grounds in search of the well. He wandered for an hour, soaked to the bone by the rain. And still, nothing. Where could this well be? The black phone can't possibly be wrong. Chen Ge's pants clung to his legs, soaked through. His shoes squelched with every step, and he looked downright haggard, like something that had crawled out of the very mystery he was chasing. There was only half an hour left until midnight. I'll have to abandon the well mission and find shelter. Lowering his head against the relentless rain, Chen Ge trudged toward the education building. His goal was simple: reach the sealed classroom before the hour struck. If it turns out to be too much, I'll just pull out. His waterlogged boots left a clear trail of footprints on the floor as he entered the building. No hesitation, he made straight for the sealed classroom. Peering through the window, he caught sight of a single table in the center of the room. On it sat a textbook, a pen, and a sheet of paper. It looked off. Stranger than I expected. Muyong High School had originally been a crematorium. According to online threads Chen Ge had read, the sealed classroom sat right where the crematorium's morgue used to be. That spot pulsed with heavy energy. Dense, unwelcoming, and that was supposedly why the headmaster had it sealed off. Some rumors claimed a school bus had gotten into a horrific accident during a field trip. Many died. But the students' spirits, they came back. Returned to school like it was still part of their daily routine. The headmaster, out of desperation or superstition, or maybe guilt, left that classroom open for them. The last explanation was oddly uplifting. Before Muyong High School shut down, it had been the worst performing school in all of Zhejiang. Their collective scores were always first from the bottom. In a bid to turn things around, some staff proposed sorting classes by academic performance. The worse your grades, the further back your classroom. But the headmaster shut that down. Instead, he sealed off the last classroom entirely, to send a message. No one is born in last place. And branding students that way, that was the real mistake. There were plenty of other rumors swirling around the sealed classroom, but these three were the ones Chen Ge remembered most clearly, the ones everyone talked about. He checked the time again. 11:36 p.m. Chen Ge opened the door and stepped into the sealed classroom. He moved fast, purposeful. His objective was simple. Get a closer look at the items laid out on the table in the center of the room. Crossing the threshold, he didn't notice anything particularly unusual. If anything, it just felt quieter. Too quiet. He examined the textbook and the sheet of paper. Nothing stood out. No scribbles. No ominous messages. No bloodstains or phantom handwriting. But when he picked up the textbook, something else caught his eye. The wooden tabletop beneath it was etched with writing. A lot of writing. Chapter 87. You are inside the drawing. The writing had been carved into the surface of the desk with the jagged tip of a pen. Each stroke was deep, raw, etched with the kind of desperation that couldn't be spoken aloud. The messages converged at the center of the tabletop like the frantic scrolls of a mind on the edge. Chen Ge leaned in, narrowing his eyes to read the fragmented confessions. The eyes on the toilet wall came alive. I saw it. The eyes were moving. I don't know why I'd imagine that, but from that day on, I felt a pair of eyes watching me. They could be hiding anywhere. Inside the drawer. Under the bed. Behind the pillow. I don't even dare look inside my bag anymore. I'm terrified a pair of eyes will be staring back at me. I'm afraid of being left alone. I can't step into tight spaces. I'm terrified of the dark. The moment the lights go out, I scream myself awake from nightmares. I think I'm losing my mind, and those eyes, they're watching me unravel. What should I do? The eyes are following me. They must be hiding somewhere. And they look familiar, but I can't figure out why. I told my parents. I told the class teacher. They just brushed me off, said I was overworked and needed to ease up on the studying. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm just tired. But if that's true, then why do those eyes look exactly like the teacher's? My parents asked the teacher to keep an eye on me. I know they meant well, but every time I'm near that respected class teacher, all I can think about is grabbing a pen and stabbing his eyes blind. Have I finally lost it? I'm too afraid to tell anyone else. Afraid of the eyes. Afraid they'll call me insane. I fake smiles. I laugh like I used to. But the eyes, they're appearing more and more often. I don't know who I can trust anymore. I think I'm falling apart. Terrible thoughts flood my mind whenever I see a needle. A fruit knife. I cry without reason. Loud, uncontrollable sobbing. I want it to stop. I want the tears to end. But I know they're still watching. I can't go on like this. I don't want anything anymore. I only want release. I hope the rumors about this classroom are true. I'd give up everything, just to destroy that pair of eyes. After reading the final line, Chen Ge didn't rush to leave. Instead, he carefully documented the carved confessions on his live stream, preserving them like evidence at a crime scene. The handwriting appeared to belong to the girl who had once been tormented by Teacher Fan. The trauma she suffered, from the eyes in the toilet stall to Teacher Fan's disturbing behavior, had driven her to seek refuge in this cursed classroom. And somehow, after she'd made her offering, Fan Yu's parents really had disappeared. In a twisted way, the eyes that haunted her were taken care of. That's when it clicked for Chen Ge. This sealed classroom wasn't just haunted, it was a participant. Which meant the true killer of Teacher Fan might not have been human at all. The paper notes, each written in a distinct hand, belonged to 3 individuals absent from the official student roster, yet each clearly capable of killing. If the ghosts lingering in this classroom were responsible, they matched all 3 of the mission's criteria. Chen Ge slowly scanned the room, unease creeping into his thoughts. He recalled the group photo Fan Yu's aunt had shown him. The truth pressed down like cold air. This wasn't the work of just 1 or 2 spirits. He might be standing in a classroom full of ghosts. Turning toward the other desks, he noticed something unsettling. Each table bore its own carvings. Every surface was scarred with writing, the handwriting varying from desk to desk. Every table, every single one is carved with words. But none of the handwriting matches. As Chen Ge stepped closer to the next table, his shoulder bumped against one with a textbook, a stack of papers, and a pen neatly placed on top. The pen rolled off the edge and clattered to the floor. As Chen Ge bent down to retrieve the fallen pen, a hand reached out from beside the desk and picked it up first, then calmly handed it to him. He took it without thinking. "Thank you," he murmured instinctively. But as he straightened up and reached to return the pen to the tabletop, he froze. A chill surged up his spine. Where did that arm come from? Snapping to attention, Chen Ge swung his mallet toward the spot where the hand had appeared, but it hit nothing but empty air. He scanned the room. Everything looked just as it had. The desks, the chairs, the stillness. Nothing seemed out of place. But he was no longer the same. His perception had shifted. There's a classroom at the end of the corridor that's always sealed. No one ever goes inside. But every night, something stirs within it. And now, it's almost midnight. The mission description resurfaced in Chen Ge's mind, and the memory alone made his skin crawl. Forget completing it. He just wanted to get out. The nearer he drew to the door, the more suffocating his anxiety became. He kept imagining it slamming shut behind him at the last second, forcing him to turn around, only to find the classroom suddenly packed with people. He quickened his pace, nearly sprinting toward the exit. To his relief, the door remained open. Nothing followed. Once outside, Chen Ge cast one last glance at the sealed classroom, his breath ragged. Looks like this side mission really might be impossible. As he stared at the room that should have been empty, the truth pressed in on him like a shadow. The rumors were probably true. That classroom isn't just haunted. It's inhabited. An entire class, turned into ghosts, and they never left. Chen Ge had barely shut the classroom door when something caught his eye, and stopped him cold. A second set of footprints trailed across the dusty floor just outside. Whoever they belonged to had stood in front of the sealed classroom for quite some time, then walked away. The impressions were clean, deliberate, rubber soles. Whoever it was had come prepared. That meant while Chen Ge had been inside investigating the haunted room, someone else had been watching from the outside. Watching me from the window the whole time. A ripple of unease ran through him. If things had gone sideways in there, if he'd tried to flee in a panic, whoever was outside could have simply shut the door on him. Locked me in. Without a sound. Chen Ge's grip tightened around the mallet, grounding himself. He drew in a breath, steadying his nerves. Footprints don't vanish easily. I'm going to find whoever this is. Before they find me. He followed the footprints. Whoever had left them wasn't trying to hide. The trail was clean, uninterrupted, as if they wanted Chen Ge to follow. As if they were waiting. The path led him up to the 3rd floor, straight into the old bathroom. The prints disappeared beyond the doorway. Chen Ge slid his phone into his pocket, took a breath, and pushed the door open. There, in front of the 5th cubicle, stood a woman in a raincoat. She looked fragile, too thin, too still, as though a stiff breeze might knock her over. Chen Ge didn't approach. He kept a 3-meter distance, mallet still in hand. Whether you're human or ghost, he said evenly, you're not leaving until you explain yourself. The woman stood silent for a long time. Then, slowly, she reached up and pulled back her hood. I didn't think you'd really come here, she said softly. I'm here to save you. The woman who had appeared at Muyong High School at midnight was none other than Fan Yu's aunt. Save me. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. He didn't buy it. Not entirely. She was still a suspect. He hadn't forgotten how insistently she'd tried to get him to drink that glass of water. Yes, she said, reaching inside her raincoat. She unfolded a wrinkled piece of paper and held it out. I saw Fan Yu's drawing. Her voice was steady, but her hands trembled. You're inside the drawing. Chen Ge's gaze sharpened. Put it on the floor. Then take a few steps back. Without protest, Fan Yu's aunt let the drawing fall gently to the tiles and backed away, until she was standing beside the 6th cubicle. Chapter 88. The Truth. Chen Ge's suspicion toward the woman began to ease, at least on the surface, thanks to her unusual cooperativeness. He stepped forward and picked up the drawing. The image was unsettling. A black building loomed on the page, its stark outline filled with crimson humanoid figures. But one figure stood apart. Amid the sea of red, a single black silhouette stood alone, as if the red ones were actively avoiding it. You're saying I'm in this painting? Chen Ge asked, eyes narrowing. What's your evidence? He wasn't the type to believe wild claims based on a single piece of paper. The people in Fan Yu's drawings have always been red, the woman said, her voice calm. This is the first time I've ever seen a black figure appear. I thought about it for a long time and came to a conclusion. You must be that black figure. Over the past month, you're the only outsider who's set foot in our home. She stood in the corner of the room, the rain still dripping from her raincoat in a slow, maddening rhythm, each drop punctuating the silence like a metronome of unease. Chen Ge frowned. That's it. That's your whole theory. Then tell me, what do the red people represent? What's the difference between them and the black one? Fan Yu's aunt said nothing. Her eyes remained locked on Chen Ge's face, unreadable. Just as Chen Ge was about to give up expecting an answer, the woman broke the silence. The red figures represent ghosts, she said quietly. And since I've only ever seen one black figure, I assume it symbolizes a living human. Ghosts. Chen Ge echoed, his voice tinged with skepticism. I know you won't believe it, Fan Yu's aunt replied, unervingly composed, as if she had rehearsed these words 100 times. But some things in this world defy explanation. She folded her arms beneath her damp raincoat, the water still dripping steadily onto the floor. Before the accident that took Fan Yu's parents, I already knew the boy could see things other people couldn't. I warned them, but they didn't believe in ghosts or the supernatural. Chen Ge tilted his head slightly. If they didn't believe it, then why do you? She inhaled slowly, as if drawing strength from some buried memory. No one knew about Fan Yu's ability. Not until after my husband and the 2 children died in a car accident. That was the darkest time of my life. I could barely function. Just looking at their photographs would send me into a breakdown. Her gaze drifted toward the window, unfocused. And every time I crumbled, Fan Yu would come to me, with his drawings. 2 small red children, always inside a black house. He'd say, "They're my brother and sister." The woman's eyes softened, her voice threaded with emotion. Naturally, I didn't believe him at first. I thought he was just trying to comfort me in his own childish way. But as the drawings piled up, my certainty began to waver. She took a step closer, her expression distant, haunted. I started asking Fan Yu what his brother and sister were doing in the drawings. And his answers, they were disturbingly detailed. He would describe their habits, their personalities, things so intimate, so specific, that only a mother could recognize them. Little quirks no outsider should have known. Chen Ge studied her carefully. That's when you started believing he could really see ghosts. She hesitated, then gave a small, bitter smile. Yes. Or maybe I just wanted to believe it. Sometimes, it even feels like my own child is inside him. Like he's being possessed. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. Even if you're telling the truth, these are still just children's drawings. That's not exactly conclusive evidence. You're not seriously suggesting everyone who appears in them ends up dead. The woman didn't answer. Instead, she gestured at the paper in his hands. Turn it over, she said. Look underneath. Following her instruction, Chen Ge turned the paper over. Another drawing. This one depicted an old well. Its circular mouth yawned open in the center of the page, and from its depths, several crimson figures, redder and more vivid than those in the previous image, were clawing their way out. Beside the well stood a single black figure. Chen Ge's eyes narrowed. The black figure's position in this drawing aligned perfectly with its placement in the image of the black house on the reverse side. It wasn't a coincidence. There's a legend about an old well on this campus, Fan Yu's aunt said softly, her tone unusually earnest. It's said to have claimed many lives over the years. The ghosts inside it, they're coming out. She pointed at the paper. And you're standing right next to it. That means you've been marked. If you stay here any longer, something terrible might happen. Despite her calm demeanor, there was a trace of genuine concern beneath her words, at least on the surface. Chen Ge touched the paper, his fingers lingering on the textured surface. He studied both sides of the drawing in silence, comparing the images with a subtle frown. Something clicked in his mind. Looks like I've misunderstood you, he said at last. Without another word, he slipped Fan Yu's drawing into his pocket, a quiet but unmistakable signal that he had no intention of returning it. I was planning to leave anyway, he added, his tone casual. Let's go together. That way, we can watch each other's backs. This place is giving me the creeps. Fan Yu's aunt nodded. You're right. She stepped toward him slowly. Chen Ge turned and began to walk away, his back exposed, unguarded, vulnerable. At least, that's how it looked. He appeared to trust her completely. The pair moved down the dim corridor, Chen Ge in front, Fan Yu's aunt a few steps behind. Chen Ge walked at an almost leisurely pace, mallet in hand. Behind him, the woman quickened her steps. She seemed increasingly unsettled by the silence, by the shadows that stretched alongside them, and by the thought of being left alone. But if anyone had been watching from the front, they would have seen the sharp gleam in Chen Ge's eyes. Calculated, watchful, anything but trusting. As she drew closer, her demeanor shifted. Her previously calm expression gave way to something tighter, colder. Then, without warning, her hand, concealed beneath her raincoat, lunged forward, a glint of metal catching the faint light. She went to stab him. I knew you were suspicious. Chen Ge's reaction was faster than she anticipated, and far more brutal. The mallet cracked toward her hand with precision, and before she could recover, a swift kick sent her flying backward. Bang! Fan Yu's aunt slammed into the toilet wall with a dull, echoing thud. Something slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. Chen Ge approached and looked down. A paring knife. Small, unassuming, but razor-sharp. The kind used to bone meat. She lifted her head slowly, strands of wet hair hanging over her face. Crawling toward him like something dredged up from a nightmare, she looked less like a person and more like a specter. But Chen Ge didn't flinch. Before she could make another move, he struck again, forcing her back to the floor with cold efficiency. "I've suspected you ever since I visited your place," he said, voice low, even. "But I didn't have any proof. Not until now." The difference in strength was unmistakable. She struggled, panting, trying to rise, but Chen Ge easily kept her down. All she could do was glare at him with eyes full of malice, seething with a hatred that felt centuries old. "How did you find out?" she hissed. "From the very beginning, I didn't trust you," Chen Ge said, eyes cold. "And this drawing gave me the proof I needed." He pulled the paper from his pocket, holding it up. "The sketch on the back, it was drawn by your hand. You thought you could mimic a child's art and no one would notice? You underestimated how personal these drawings are. They can't be faked." His voice sharpened. "Don't look at me like that. You slipped up. And if you didn't want to be exposed, you shouldn't have committed the crime in the first place." Chen Ge stooped and picked up the paring knife, the blade catching a shard of light that danced across the steel. The glint in his eyes matched it. "You killed Fan Yu's parents, didn't you?" he asked. "Whatever your reason was, how could you do that to your own family? How do you murder your own in cold blood?" "It wasn't supposed to happen like that," she shouted, lashing out with a sudden surge of rage. "You don't know what really happened that night." "That may be true," Chen Ge said, his tone flat. "But one thing's certain, you're one of the killers." His eyes flicked to her hands, then around the cramped space. He was already thinking about how best to restrain her while he waited for the police to arrive. "The real killer was Fan Yu's father," she snapped, desperation cracking through her voice. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. "Blaming a dead man? That's your defense?" He checked her carefully, after patting down her raincoat to confirm she had no other weapons. Only then did he allow himself to ease, just slightly. "It's true," Fan Yu's aunt said at last, her voice hollow as she sank to the floor. Years of tightly guarded secrets began to slip from her lips like poison finally uncorked. "You must already have some idea what kind of sick bastard my brother was," she muttered. "It was in this very toilet that he drove an innocent girl insane. She couldn't take it anymore. In the end, she committed suicide." She paused, trembling, not from fear, but from the weight of memory. After that, he completely unraveled. Paranoia, violent mood swings, delusions. He became convinced someone was after him. "My sister-in-law couldn't take it anymore. She filed for divorce." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "But he wouldn't let her go. Wouldn't even consider it. She finally threatened him, told him if he didn't agree to the divorce, she'd go public with everything he'd done." Chapter 89. Deep Well. "Then what was your brother's response?" Chen Ge had anticipated the behavior of a man already teetering on the edge of sanity. Haunted, unstable. When pushed into a corner, such a person wouldn't simply fold. Fan Yu's aunt's next words only confirmed his suspicion. Weirdly enough, after she threatened him, he calmed down. He spent the whole afternoon thinking it over, and in the end, he agreed to her demand. Her expression was tangled: grief, guilt, and something harder to place. Looking back, he wasn't considering divorce. He was probably figuring out how to kill her. She took a breath, the air catching like a splinter in her throat. Everything went according to his plan. It was pouring that day, one of those rains that make the whole world feel like it's unraveling. He locked Fan Yu in his office, then returned home alone. When we realized the boy was missing, we panicked and split up to search for him. My brother took his wife to Muyong High School. When I got home around 9, the house was empty. None of them had come back. I started to worry, so I headed to Muyong High School to look for them. Her voice dropped slightly, the weight of memory pressing down. There's an old well on the hill behind the school. A few days earlier, there'd been a landslide from all the rain. It buried the well completely. When I arrived, I found my brother digging through the mud, trying to uncover it. She paused, the next sentence dragging its feet out of her mouth. At first, I didn't see my sister-in-law. I called out to my brother as I got closer, and that's when I saw her. Her body was stuck at the mouth of the well. I never thought he'd actually go that far. He was always so gentle, and he truly loved her. Or at least, he used to. Her eyes seemed to flicker with disbelief, even now. But when he brought home that photo and claimed he was being haunted, I should have known something inside him had already snapped. Her voice took on a hollow edge. When I stumbled across the scene, he gave me two options: help him hide the body, or die with her. She looked down at her hands as though they still bore the dirt. To save myself, I did what he told me. I made it look like there'd been a struggle, left wounds on her body, and then helped him finish unearthing the well. Fan Yu's aunt leaned heavily against the wall, her expression hollowed out by regret. I knew I'd become an accomplice, she said quietly. But what terrified me more was not knowing when he'd get rid of me too. He wasn't the type to leave witnesses. Maybe after burying his wife, he planned to toss me into that well as well. So you acted first. You killed him? Chen Ge's voice was calm, almost clinical, as he followed the twisted logic of her story. From where he stood, this entire family was steeped in dysfunction. The husband had been a voyeur, peering into the lives of others, and when his wife found out, she didn't go to the police. She used it to demand a divorce. If I hadn't killed him, he would have killed me. Her voice trembled, but there was something disturbingly resolute in it. And after that, I became Fan Yu's only family. I didn't have to share him with anyone ever again. Chen Ge had the distinct impression that this, of all the twisted things she'd said, might have been the only honest truth she'd spoken all night. But Fan Yu isn't even your child, he said, keeping his voice neutral. Much of her story couldn't be verified. 3 years had passed, and no one was left to contradict her version of events. The woman's eyes flared with rage. You're wrong, she snapped, her voice rising. My children have possessed Fan Yu. That's why he knows their habits so well. Fan Yu isn't just my brother's son, he's also my child. Green veins bulged beneath her skin, and blood welled at the corners of her mouth from how tightly she bit her lip. The force of her conviction was terrifying. Delusion so deep it had become a kind of religion. Seeing her in that state, Chen Ge decided not to press further. She claimed her brother had gone mad, but in his eyes, she wasn't any more stable. Her mind had likely fractured after the car accident that took her husband and children. And when she discovered that Fan Yu could see their lingering souls, she poured all of her warped affection into him. Watching the distraught woman, Chen Ge recalled the mission prompt from the black phone. Everyone has a deep well inside their heart where shameful and unknowable secrets stay buried. Get up, he said, his voice steady. Show me where you dumped your brother's body. The well's gone, she muttered, pulling at her hair, fingers trembling. After my brother shoved his wife down, I pushed him in after her. He landed right on top of her body. He was still alive, screaming and cursing from the bottom, but no one could hear him. The rain was too loud. Her arms trembled violently as if the memory had reanimated her fear. I buried it. Filled the whole thing with dirt. That was 3 years ago. I don't even know where the well used to be anymore. Just give me a general area, Chen Ge said evenly. But the calmness of his tone seemed to unhinge something inside her. No one will find them, she howled. The memory lanced through her like a blade, twisting her face with sudden, feral intensity. I will raise Fan Yu alone. I'll give him all the love he needs. If you truly loved Fan Yu, you wouldn't have done any of this. Chen Ge's voice was steady, but the judgment in it was unmistakable. What you call love is just obsession. It only serves you. It's selfish. He remembered how, even back at the haunted house, Fan Yu had gravitated more toward him, a stranger, than toward his own aunt. The disconnect between them was obvious. There was no trust. No warmth. You said losing your family was the darkest moment of your life. His eyes narrowed slightly. And it was Fan Yu who brought you comfort, offering drawings of your children out of kindness. That was real. But how did you repay him? You killed his father. His thoughts drifted briefly to the red figure-covered house, the chilling residue of a child's silent plea. If he hadn't stepped in when he did, the outcome could have been far worse, far more monstrous. You're lucky Fan Yu is still a child, he said coldly. Facing the consequences of the law would be a mercy, for both Fan Yu and his aunt. The boy had once said he was searching for heaven inside the well. That simple phrase now carried a far more tragic meaning. He had seen everything. He knew the truth. He knew his aunt was the one who had killed his father. If left unchecked, that knowledge might have festered and grown. As he got older, he could have followed in her footsteps, repeating the cycle with blood on his own hands. It would have destroyed him. It's time to put an end to this tragedy. After ending the live stream, Chen Ge had already contacted the police. What punishment the law would ultimately decide for Fan Yu's aunt was beyond him, but justice had to begin somewhere. You made him live under the same roof as the person who killed his parents, Chen Ge said, his voice low and hard. No wonder his development is so twisted. You're the reason for his condition. As Chen Ge dialed the police, Fan Yu's aunt began shaking her head violently. Her lips moved as if whispering something to herself, frantic, inaudible, before she suddenly bolted toward the restroom. Stop struggling. Chen Ge followed quickly, wary she might try something desperate. They raced down to the first floor, shadows dragging across the hallways like trailing smoke. As they passed the sealed classroom, something unexpected happened. Fan Yu's aunt tripped hard and collapsed, face first onto the floor. She didn't get back up. She just lay there, frozen, as if something unseen had reached out and pulled her down. Chen Ge slowed to a stop a few meters behind her. Something about the classroom door, sealed tight and silent, gnawed at his nerves. The fall hadn't looked natural. Not at all. It felt like something had grabbed her. Carefully, he pressed his back against the wall opposite the door and leaned just enough to glance inside. It was well past midnight. The classroom, supposed to be abandoned and sealed, was no longer empty. Rows of desks were filled with students, silent, unmoving, their faces pale and indistinct. At the lectern stood an old, rotund man, his back straight, his presence strangely commanding as he overlooked the ghostly class. Chapter 90. The Cursed Ballpoint Pen. Fan Yu's aunt had seen it too, the scene inside the classroom. The children sat at their desks with their heads bowed, eerily resembling the students from her brother's old group photo. The instant her eyes registered the impossible sight, she collapsed. Fear gripped her so completely it seemed to calcify her limbs. She tried to rise, but her body ignored her commands. Sure. Chen Ge rushed to her side, gripping her arm tightly. Without hesitation, he half-dragged her out of the education block. The rumors were true. No matter how they died, the students had all returned to that classroom. You saw them, didn't you? You saw them, right? The difference between viewing a photo and witnessing the dead in the flesh was like night and day. Her eyes bulged in disbelief, mouth trembling as breath caught in her throat, staggered and shallow. Let's get out of here first, Chen Ge said, dragging Fan Yu's aunt toward the entrance of the education block. Before stepping outside, he turned for one final glance at the classroom. The doors were shut tight, the windows sealed. Inside, only darkness remained. I've been in this school for hours, and they haven't attacked me. They're not malevolent. He had reason to believe that. The girl driven to madness by Fan Yu's father had taken her own life in that very room. The spirit that had appeared to aid her, also one of the classroom's ghosts, had shown no intent to harm. The warning notes left for Fan Yu's father had been their doing as well. In their own twisted, spectral way, the spirits had been trying to protect the other students. Their methods were misguided, but their intent, perhaps, was not. Chen Ge supported Fan Yu's aunt as they made their way to the front gate of Muyong High School. They huddled beside it, taking shelter from the rain. It was already well past midnight. Staying inside the three buildings any longer didn't seem wise, not with the added complication of Fan Yu's aunt, an unpredictable element in an already volatile situation. Around 1 a.m., the rain began to ease. Chen Ge spotted a faint light moving through the darkness, heading toward the school grounds. His heart leapt. He flicked on his flashlight and shouted for help. Moments later, the leaves at the forest's edge rustled and parted, revealing a group of people in raincoats forcing their way through the underbrush. "Here. The suspect has already been detained," Chen Ge called out, relief washing over him. But when he saw who was leading the group, that relief swiftly curdled. "Why is it you again?" Inspector Li's face twitched as he approached the gate and spotted Chen Ge. "You've called the emergency hotline 3 times this week. Do you know how unheard of that is? This is the first time in the station's 35-year history. Even the officer who handles the calls says he can recognize your voice now." Chen Ge had no response. He stood in awkward silence, clearly embarrassed. Without another word, he helped Fan Yu's aunt to her feet and guided her toward Inspector Li. The inspector signaled for his men to force open the gate. Before stepping inside, he paused to ask, "She one of the victims?" "No," Chen Ge replied flatly. "She's one of the killers." He handed her over to one of the officers without ceremony. "One of the killers?" Inspector Li raised a brow, then flicked his flashlight 3 times, an alert signal to his team. "There are more suspects hiding inside the school?" "The other killer's already dead," Chen Ge said calmly. He gave the inspector a concise rundown of the events. This woman's brother was a voyeur. When his wife discovered his secret, she used it to push for a divorce. Unwilling to let her go, the brother murdered his wife. The aunt witnessed it. Fearing she'd be next, she killed her brother. Inspector Li narrowed his eyes. So, self-defense. He'd zeroed in on the legal crux instantly. If it were truly self-defense, she should have reported it to the police right after, Chen Ge said. But instead, she cleaned up the crime scene and vanished. He glanced toward Fan Yu's aunt. "The murder happened 3 years ago. There were no witnesses. Everything I know, I heard directly from her. So it's entirely possible she's lying." Inspector Li didn't bother asking why Chen Ge was involved this time. He'd already given up on finding a reasonable explanation. Even the officers behind him acted like seeing Chen Ge at a crime scene was standard procedure by now. "Where was the crime scene?" Li asked, straight to the point. "That," Chen Ge said, "you'll need to ask her." He was just as eager to find the location. That well marked the last of his 4 side missions. Inspector Li, far more experienced in interrogation, took the lead. He accepted a clean towel from one of his men and handed it to Fan Yu's aunt. "Assault with intent to murder could land you in the chair," he said plainly. "But if it was self-defense and you show remorse, there's still a chance you might see the light of day again." Fan Yu's aunt clutched the towel but remained silent. Her expression betrayed no fear of death. "Think about your family," Inspector Li pressed, voice low but steady. "At your age, you've likely got children of your own. Refuse to cooperate, and you might never see them again." That struck a nerve. Her resolve flickered. After 10 more minutes of careful persuasion, she finally broke her silence. "The location is on the hill behind the school," she said. "But I only remember the general direction." She led Chen Ge and the officers toward a small, overgrown hill at the rear of the campus. The bodies were dumped into a well. There was a landslide at the time. It completely buried the opening. There were no proper roads around Muyong High School, nothing that would allow heavy equipment to reach the area. Excavation would have to be done by hand. Chen Ge had already factored that in. "Inspector Li," he said, stepping in beside the man, "if we don't confirm her story before dawn, we might lose the momentum. The case could start to shift." He tried to sound calm, but his heart was pounding. This was his final side mission, and it was slipping away with every passing minute. "Seal the scene first. We'll wait for the crew to bring the necessary tools before we start digging." Inspector Li didn't need Chen Ge's reminder. He was already on the phone, arranging logistics with methodical efficiency. By 2:15 a.m., the crew had arrived. Lee quickly delegated responsibilities, and the excavation began in earnest. Chen Ge grabbed a shovel and joined in without hesitation. He worked with such unflinching focus that even the officers around him took notice. There was something unsettlingly determined about him. Like digging up corpses in the middle of the night was just another line of duty. By 3 a.m., the buried well at Muyong High School finally emerged from beneath the earth. At 4:30, the cover was broken open. 2 bodies were recovered from the depths. At that exact moment, Chen Ge's black phone vibrated in his pocket. He'd received the mission completion message. Setting the shovel aside, he stepped away from the group, found a quiet corner, and opened the message. You reached the mission location on time, successfully completed all 4 side missions, and survived until dawn. Muyong High School trial mission completed. A new scenario has been unlocked. Player can now manipulate in-set props freely via the phone interface. Trial mission completion rate 90% plus. Hidden item unlocked, the cursed ballpoint pen, broken. The pen spirit refused your summons. It rolled its eyes at you, then vanished.